è stato bene? Hello, Christian. Hello, good morning. Okay. All good? Yes. Yeah. And at the end of the day, it is big difference because of organizing. Exactly, you are very busy organizing. Yeah. I think you messed up something. Yeah, booking and stuff. But if you are very well off and you have everything done for you. Yeah, but which is normally not the case. Yes, I know. Go back and forth, carrying plates. You know the feeling.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kalimera. Welcome to the 61st annual Etpo meeting, hosted this year by Enterprise Greece. Yesterday evening, during the welcome reception, we were treated with a magnificent view on the Acropolis. Today, we will broaden our horizon and talk about the relationship between Africa and Europe and their dialogue. My name is Gervin Mossu. I work for Flanders Investment Trade, and I'm also the chairman of the Etpo Work Group on Information Professionals. In the next 2 days, I will be the master of ceremonies, meaning I will introduce the moderators on stage, and I will have to keep track on our time. Not doing a great job for the moment, but nevertheless, we have to stick to our schedule. Do not despair. If you have questions after a presentation or discussion, you can ask them directed to the speakers during the lunch break, coffee break, or this evening in a more informal manner. To start this meeting, let's have a short video. Okay, let me now introduce to you Georgios Philiopoulos, the CEO and our honorable host of Enterprise Greece. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and distinguished guests, I'm delighted to welcome you again in Athens to what promises to be a highly interesting forum. I look forward to the presentations and the fruitful discussion ahead. The last few years have tested the resilience of the European economies and of our societies. We saw economic activity contracting around the globe as the pandemic rapidly spread. But the pandemic also forced us to be agile and innovative. Digital tools moved from being merely convenient to being absolutely essential, and managing our teams and stakeholders remotely brought new priorities as well as new possibilities. As we resume in-person events, like the one here today, we come with an expanded toolkit and a fresh perspective. While the pandemic forced us to be apart, it also vividly illustrated to us how closely our lives, our cultures, and our economies are intertwined. As we embark on the recovery from COVID, we approach the task with a renewed appreciation for the importance of cooperation, a renewed commitment to open and free trade, and a renewed determination to protect our environment. You could say that after facing a succession of challenges, Europe is entering a new era, an era of closer cooperation and coordinated action, starting with the European Union Recovery Fund, but extending to all areas of the European Union's work. An era focused on realizing fully the potential of the digital age and green energy, and building on inclusive, sustainable growth for our shared future. The Global Gateway initiative of the Commission to build a stronger partnership with Africa, Europe's neighboring continent, reflects the lessons learned during the pandemic and the greater commitment to coordinated action. That is true both in the European Union and among African nations, as we have seen with the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The upcoming EU-Africa Summit in February of 2022 will be the first venue to discuss the strategy with regional partners. As outlined by the Commission, the strategy envisions 5 areas for closer cooperation between the European Union and Africa: green transition and energy access, digital transformation, inclusive sustainable growth and jobs, peace and governance, and migration. Greece is already active in Africa. Just a few weeks ago, we organized a business mission to Libya, one of several to the African continent in the past few years. Greek businesses are regularly present at online seminars and in-person trade fairs relating to Africa, and Greece has just opened a new embassy in Senegal. The Global Gateway Initiative and Greece's own National Strategic Extroversion Plan will add new focus to these efforts. Those of us who work in trade promotion have an important role to play in this strategy. In many ways, we are the link between trade policy and its practical implementation. And that is why this year's meeting of Etpo is focused on examining the issues and opportunities that this strategy presents to our organizations. It is a great honor for us to be hosting this year's meeting. It is also fitting that our meeting takes place in Greece, which has historic ties with Africa and an extensive diaspora throughout the continent. Greece's strategic location also makes the country an important gateway in Europe's partnership with Africa. The port of Piraeus, a few kilometers from here, now the largest container port in the Mediterranean, and its links to the rest of Europe, makes our country a key hub in global supply chains and a natural bridge between the two continents. And like Europe, Greece is entering a new era. There has been a dynamic transformation of the Greek economy over the past decade, and data from 2021 show that the economy is rebounding from the global pandemic much faster than expected. Important initiatives like the ambitious Greek Green Deal and Greece 2.0, which will channel 57 billion into green energy projects, digitalization, health and education, will further fuel that forward momentum. Greek businesses continue to expand overseas and are creating added value with new products, services, and innovation, while the country recently emerged as one of Europe's top 10 investment destinations. The pandemic served as a catalyst for the rapid implementation of e-government services in Greece and boosted e-commerce. Innovation and high-tech, already gaining importance in the Greek economy, have become a top priority for the government and with tangible results. Microsoft recently announced a project to build cloud computing data centers in Greece, a move that will upgrade Greek digital infrastructure significantly and contribute an estimated 1 billion to the Greek economy. Pfizer and Tesla have invested in R&D centers, and Volkswagen in the groundbreaking Smart Island e-mobility project. At Enterprise Greece, one of our goals this year is to continue on the path of digitalization, as well as to support the digital transformation of the companies we work with. And in that context, I would like to highlight the importance of inclusive development because, according to the data from the European Commission, Greece is ranked quite low in terms of women participating in the digital economy. As a result, we have made the empowerment of women in this area a priority in our efforts. As the European Commission paper towards a comprehensive strategy with Africa points out, African women are key drivers of sustainable growth, development, and peace. This is not only true in Africa. Governments around the globe are increasingly recognizing the fact that to achieve sustainable growth and prosperity, women must be a part of the equation. In this new era, all institutions must contribute by integrating policies for wider and equal participation of women in the field of business and digital activity, and this will also be an important part in our partnership with Africa. Lastly, a few words about export promotion at Enterprise Greece. Despite a downturn in global trade during the pandemic, Greek exports showed remarkable resilience in 2020. Non-oil exports rose 3.2 overall, but with even larger gains in exports of chemicals and food products. And so far this year, Greek exports are up more than 20%. An important part of boosting Greek exports is supporting our companies to go global by tapping into the most promising markets and finding new business partners abroad. We base our services to exporters on the level of export activity of each company. For entry-level exporters, our services take the form of information and consultation sessions. Enterprise Greece offers exporters information on foreign trade procedures and issues. We analyze statistics from the International Trade Center, Eurostat, and the Hellenic Statistical Authority, and we complement that with our own in-house research. Working closely with our embassies and offices of economic and commercial affairs around the world, we co-organize webinars to coach exporters about doing business in various target markets. In this way, we give new potential exporters a good base for starting their business abroad. At the next level, we provide targeted executive training programs for small and medium-sized enterprises with a focus on digital transformation and digital platforms. These are services that apply to more mature businesses and mainly focus on current trends and emerging opportunities in international trade. Finally, we provide B2B networking events for medium and large exporters through participation in international trade fairs and targeted B2B meetings. I very much look forward to the next 2 days of discussion and hope you will enjoy your time here. Thank you very much.
It is crystal clear that Greece's highly skilled and sophisticated human capital is one of the country's key pillars for supporting future investments.
Greece's greatest advantage is its people. The country's excellent human capital and the specialized know-how, particularly in food research, has created a complete ecosystem of agricultural schools and research institutes staffed with trained food technologists who can help develop innovative solutions needed to meet the demands of today's marketplace.
Imeris benchmarked several locations before choosing Athens. The choice of Athens means for us the ability to access to a talented pool of employees with strong expertise and language skills.
The belief is that Greece is attractive for international companies because Greece means growth. There is still a lot to do in Greece. Greece means controlled risk. First, because the situation is much more healthy economically. And second, because there is the umbrella of the European community.
We believe Greece is definitely a destination to be considered by any international group, and being part of the European Union makes the country more secure and safe.
Greece's strategic location, its constantly upgraded infrastructure and growing and dynamic startup ecosystem offers an unmatched framework to cultivate long-term investments.
Greece is gifted renewable energy. It has plenty of wind, plenty of sun and hydro capacity.
Greece, with its agricultural tradition, offers great food products and high-quality raw material and is famous for its Mediterranean diet.
We consider Greece as an outward-looking economy with great potential in a wide variety of sectors, spanning from shipping and tourism to ICT, energy, life sciences, and supply chain.
The country offers a combination of historic heritage, Mediterranean lifestyle, amazing beaches, and a well-established tourism industry. The real estate market is very competitive, with attractive and profitable returns on investment.
A great place to live and work.
Okay, Mr. Philiopoulos, thanks again for hosting this conference. The pleasure is all ours, certainly. And giving us a glance at the new era where inclusion will be key. Now it's time to introduce to you Dr. Chrysoula Zaharopoulou. Dr. Zaharopoulou is, amongst many things, the European Parliament rapporteur on the new EU-Africa strategy and co-chair of the strategy groups of the Africa-Europe Foundation. On the Etpo platform, you can read her curriculum vitae and her merits in depth. But for sure, she's the perfect person to give us the opening keynote statements. Dr. Chrysoula Zaharopoulou, the floor is yours.
Just a minute. Good morning, καλημέρα σας. Μ' ακούτε? Ελπίζω να μ' ακούτε. I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation to take part in this meeting. I would have liked to be with you in Athens, in my country, but due to the plenary session of the European Parliament, I'm speaking to you from Strasbourg. So, as you said, thank you for the introduction. I'm first of all a doctor. I'm only here in politics for the last 2 years. I'm a gynecologist, but I was elected in France on the list of President Emmanuel Macron. And one of my strongest commitment is the partnership between Africa and the European Union and the renewal of our relationship. So I'm addressing you today as the European Parliament's rapporteur for this new Africa-EU strategy that I'm going to come back to this in a moment, but I would like just to start with a few remarks on the European context in which my work is taking place. You know, 2 years ago, at the beginning of her mandate, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, sent a strong signal. For the first official trip outside Europe, she chose to visit Ethiopia, the headquarters of the African Union. This was just to demonstrate and to show to everybody that Africa has a crucial role and it will be a big player on the international scene. And so she gave this concrete expression to her desire to make the European Commission more geopolitical. 2 years later, Africa remains at the heart of the European Union's external action. As a French politician, and of course, as everybody knows, France has a very, very long and strong relationship with many countries in the African continent. I'm proud that during the French presidency in the first half of 2022, we will have the new Africa Youth Summit that will take place in Brussels. And of course, the private sector of all the European member states has to be there. It should allow us this summit to redefine our partnership with the African continent and to reaffirm our commitment to it at a time when the world, as you know, is slowly recovering from the pandemic, and when Africa's new partners, China, Turkey, Russia, the United States, they are rushing to intensify their relationship with the continent. So today, Africa has a position different, is in a position to choose its partners and to attract the private sector. So the private sector, I'm convinced, that is the key player to ensure the success of this new partnership. For several years, there has been increasing talk of the role of investment in Africa in diversified economies and of the private sector as a key partner in development. It's not secret that Africa has a lot of advantages to the private sector, and not only. The continent has a lot of young entrepreneurs and is seen as the continent of green and digital solution, but it's still sorely lacking investment. On a global scale, Africa attracts only 2% of foreign direct investments. I would like a little bit to go back to my role as the European Parliament rapporteur for the new strategy. Before writing my report, I carried out almost 200 consultations in 8 African countries during the year 2020. So I felt that it was essential to ask our African partners, what are your expectations vis-à-vis the European Union? And how do you think we can strengthen our partnership and around which priorities? As I did not want to limit myself to institutional actors such as head of state or minister, I wanted to meet all the components of societies in Africa. This led me to exchange with the African private sector and the European private sector, which is active in Africa. So the conclusions were conducted just before and during the pandemic, and the impact of COVID on the African economies and the impact on private sector was therefore at the heart of the discussion. Even then, when we didn't have vaccine yet, and we didn't know how and to what extent Africa would be affected by the pandemic, we were talking about our priorities in the post-COVID world. As you know, African economies have suffered greatly from the consequence of the pandemic, and this is still the case. They didn't have, like the European, we have the recovery plan, but their economies, they are very fragile. That's why President Macron organized during May, on May, the Africa Summit on the financing of African economies, and we had a lot of discussion on special drawing rights. So I would like today to share with you the main conclusion relating to the private sector that we reached together during this consultation. And of course, if I have to say the difference between the presentation of the Commission and the report of the European Parliament, it is that in my report, the human development, that means the investment on health sector, are very, very important and crucial. So the Africa-EU partnership should enable greater networking between African entrepreneurs and also between Africa and Europeans. And our meeting today is exactly the kind of initiative that should be multiplied in the future in all the member states of Europe and also in Africa, and we have to have this exchange. And here I'm very happy that the fact that a country like Greece that is bringing us together is an excellent signal that you are saying. Why is that? Because Greece is not part of the small club of European countries that are historically linked to Africa, like France, like Belgium, like Portugal. So this is a strong message that for this new partnership, I'm sorry, all the member states, all the 27 member states, they have to be full and they have fully participate if we want to have this a successful new partnership. The private sector of all the member states must be able to see the opportunities to invest in Africa. So this is an excellent initiative, and thank you again. On a recent trip to Senegal, I learned that companies from Eastern European member states are increasingly active and interested in investing in that country. We have also, Greece has an embassy, and I met also the ambassador, and they start also to work together, the private sector of Senegal and the Greek private sector. I believe that we are on the right track, but we must go farther. To do this, we need to inform Europeans, so entrepreneurs, so that they can see the different possibilities of investing in Africa and the tools made available to them by Team Europe to support them. I know that the European Bank of Investment, the Commission is here today, and I'm happy to listen to them because they are doing a great job together in this respect. European firms must also become fully aware of the decisive impact that private investment can have on the development of inclusive and sustainable societies in Africa. In short, on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure we'll discuss this in more detail in the session dedicated to the green and digital transition. I believe that is an increasingly important element for the European private sector. It is also what contributes to the added value of the European Union compared to Africa's other partners. And the inclusion of the private sector of the 27 member states will contribute greatly to the necessary conversion de regard, as we say in French. We must all learn to look at Africa differently, as the other partners understood. It's not only a question of migration and problems. Africa is a big opportunity. We share history and we share this geography that it's a unique possibility for us. 2 weeks ago, I was at the Africa-France Summit in Montpellier, and I heard this very beautiful phrase during the debate with President Macron. Africa must no longer be seen as the continent of poverty, war, and terrorism. Africa is a continent of youth, resources, optimism, and innovation. And it's true that the desire and potential for entrepreneurship are particularly strong. But to come back to contacts between entrepreneurs, I would like to stress the need to pay particular attention to women. In all the African countries I visit, I always ask to meet women entrepreneurs. They tell me their story and they desire to do more. Of course, they have more difficulties than men to access entrepreneurship, but even once their business is launching, they also have difficulties to be heard in the business world, to be invited to international forums, to make themselves known and to connect among themselves. Anyone between you who knows Africa knows that women's entrepreneurship is particularly promising. African women have this desire and this energy to launch their business despite the obstacles they have. Europe, the institutional and private players must support them, must do more to facilitate their network so that they can exchange the experience but also find solutions together. These African women entrepreneurs must also be able to exchange with European women and also men, because to exchange with the facilities that they face. They can learn to work together. You can work with them to coordinate for more impact for our two continents. I see two main areas of action to achieve this: boosting the employability of young people on the one hand, and developing jobs in the economic sector of the future on the other. We need to help boost the employability of young Africans, but also European, as soon as possible. It's not just a question of widening access to education, it is a question of ensuring that this education is in line with the needs of the labor market, with your needs in the private sector. We need to strengthen contacts between private and the public actors to ensure that the training that young Africans receive enables them to make full use of their potential in the sector of the future. And that's why in the summit of EU-Africa, the employability will be also the big challenge. And her State of the Union speech last month, President von der Leyen announced a great European initiative, ALMA, which aims to complement the Erasmus program and offer young people a work experience in another European member state. So, why not to do the same with Africa? We need to create more mobility between the young people of our continents, while ensuring that we don't not encourage the brain drain of which Africa is already a victim, and also to show to people who work in your companies to give the possibility to go to Africa, to understand Africa and to work together. Putting all these young African talents and also European talents together, it can be a very interesting, because we can together create jobs, and this job creation must take place in the three main sectors of the future that are sources of resilience and inclusion: green, digital, and health sector. The digital economy first. The potential of digital tools to foster development and inclusion is no longer in question. It is not a digital transition that Africa is undergoing, but a revolution. And the continent is fully committed to it, for who knows Africa, aware that this revolution will greatly impact its development trajectory. With growth of 9% before the COVID crisis and 3% in 2020, the digital sector has suffered, but has been resilient because it has helped maintain economic activity in Africa. Africa is experiencing unprecedented mobile penetration and is showing leadership in mobile payment services. All this promotes financial inclusion and encourages investment and therefore job creation. The green economy also offers endless opportunity for entrepreneurship and job creation. Since the presentation of the European Green Deal, I have been arguing for a strong external dimension. In my report, I advocate the creation of a Green Pact with Africa. Europe and Africa face different challenges, of course. While Europe invests to decarbonize its economy, Africa needs investments to develop new green economic model and has the potential to make leapfrogging. Africa can be a laboratory, and the EU investor and the EU private sector should not miss this. Thus, this Green Pact must fully include the African private sector and encourage also sustainable European investments in the continent. This should include renewable energy and sustainable agriculture, of course, and Greece can be a key player, but also sectors such as sustainable tourism. I think that each member state has specific strengths to put forward in our partnership with Africa. And if we look at a country like Greece, where the tourism industry is a major contributor to the economy, I think that Greece can share its experience in this economic sector along the whole chain of this industry. Training of tourism professionals, infrastructure, services. I had a discussion with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Rwanda, that Rwanda is a country that they are looking forward to develop tourism. So it will be a very nice example of partnership. This can be bring added value to our economic dialogue with Africa and offer new opportunities for cooperation and investment in new sectors that are promising. To conclude on the so-called twin transition, digital and green, allow me to make a comment on the need to ensure that this transition are truly inclusive. For if there is one important lesson learned from this sanitary crisis, it is that more than ever, economic development and human development must go hand in hand. We need so to include a gender dimension in both the green and digital transition. First, because it is known, as I said, that women, I guess, are also very vulnerable to the efforts of climate change. This is the case for women farmers, but also for women and girls who are often responsible for collecting wood or water for their households. Investment that increase resilience to climate change must therefore incorporate a gender dimension to ensure that women also benefit from innovative green solutions. Then there is the digital gender gap. Again, investment must be able to ensure a digital transition that is inclusive of women and girls. More than 19% of tomorrow's job will require digital skill. This cannot be done without girls and women. To be able to meet the needs of this growing industry and take full advantage of the investments that will be made, girls must be properly trained in digital tools and not be afraid to engage in the online space. So in order to develop the digital economy and the green economy, including renewable energy and sustainable agriculture, and to ensure that they do not isolate and the huge proportion of Africa's population, much more investment in infrastructure are needed. Private sector participation in infrastructure projects in sub-Saharan Africa has been reduced by a factor of 3 between 2012 and 2019. This is a real problem, and public resources have a key role to play in encouraging private investment. I'm thinking of energy infrastructure to provide access to sustainable and affordable energy. Over 640 million Africans have no access to energy. This is the essential condition for development and therefore for job creation. The same applies, of course, to digital infrastructures. I'm also thinking of investment in transport. The lack of infrastructure isolates more than 70% of the rural population in Africa. This represents a major obstacle to the development of value chains, particularly in the agricultural sector. Team Europe must encourage investment in this essential infrastructure. We need you absolutely. And when we know what is happening with China and with the other countries, also with Turkey, I think that it is very important that the private sector works with the Commission, works with the European Bank of Investment, and all this European team can be together and have more impact. Just some words on health, because here in Europe, of course, we are vaccinated about 70% of the population. But as I'm co-chair of the COVAX, I can tell you that only 4% of the African population is today vaccinated. So this pandemic has raised first of the worst for Africa because of the weakness of its health system. So this virus has shown anyone who still doubts that health is the basis of everything. But health also is opportunity for all the private sector for investment. During this pandemic, we saw exactly that the Africa has fully dependence on the rest of the world for medical and pharmaceutical products. The African continent imports 94% of its medicine and 99% of its vaccines. This situation has awakened a desire in Africa to invest in health systems that are resilient to future pandemics, and not only. This will require the development of real health African sovereignty. The continent is thus in the process of creating drug and vaccine manufacturing hubs. Here too, the participation of the private sector and of the European private sector is essential. Last July, I went to Senegal to launch a partnership between Team Europe and other donors and the Pasteur Institute in Dakar to produce vaccine against COVID, and not only. I will do the same next week in Rwanda, which together with South Africa is another important manufacturing hub in Africa. Please, so who today is there, call also the Greek investor to come to be part of this momentum that we create also, and we help the African to create their own sovereignty. The development of an African pharmaceutical industry cannot be achieved without the harmonization of standards and the regulation, of course, for the proper functioning of an African market for medicine and for the private investment. So the future African Medicines Agency, like the European Medical Agency, must in this respect benefit from the European experience with the European Medicines Agency. This brings me to my final point, the European Union's support for the development of the African continental free trade area. All that has just been said about the various economic sectors of the future and the potential in terms of job creation can only reach its full strength in a unified African market on a continental scale. The establishment of the free trade area will considerably facilitate not only intra-African trade, but also attract European investors. It will stimulate investment and improve the business climate. Team Europe must give its full support to Africa in this vast and ambitious project and do its utmost to ensure that it benefits all African population wherever they may be. We in Europe, we have a rich experience on continental integration. It is already a very successful process, but is still evolving. This experience must be used for the African continent. And once again, the private sector must be fully involved in sharing experiences between our continents, because you know better than anyone else what your needs are, constants are. I like so to conclude, because I took a lot of your time. I try to touch on many of the themes that drive the economic relationship between our two continents, but also our political and human relationship. As I said, we have the advantage to have with this continent this unique relationship. But today, we have also to understand that we don't have the monopoly of this relationship. Other continents are already there. They invest, they take the risk, and we have together to work and together with the institution, the economic private sector has to work together with the institution. I think we need to intensify this public-private dialogue. We have to bring together all stakeholders and provide networking opportunities for the private sector in Africa and Europe. This initiative today, for me, it's very important. And I think that we have to continue with the other countries. Why we can also organize in Balkanic zone something like this initiative of today. So just please continue to do what you are doing. I would like to thank honestly Christos and all the organizers once again, and I can only express one wish, that this initiative, as I said, has to be replicated in all the member states. The sooner we get all Europeans interested in the African continent, we see the opportunity together, the more effective will be in building a common, prosperous, and sustainable future together. I think that we have to organize, and I will be, of course, with you for the next 3 years, like a member of the European Parliament, but also with my relationship with the Africa continent. I will be very happy to share with you whenever you need. I will be here. And thank you very much. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και καλή σας μέρα.
Dr. Zaharopoulou, you did not take time from us. It is always a pleasure. Oh, sorry, I'm looking for her, but she's online. It's always a pleasure to listen to people that make a difference day in, day out. You do this as a doctor, but also as a very highly motivated member of the European Parliament. My deepest respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to say something, I'd like to say that it is very important for me as Greek-born, and I spent 15 years of my life in Italy, and I represent today France and Europe. It's very important that as a Greek citizen and European citizen, but as a Greek citizen, I can see that this partnership needs this new energy, like the Greek energy. I'm very happy that I saw many Greek communities in Ethiopia, in Rwanda, in Senegal, and they ask you, they need the private sector in the countries, and this is the Greek diaspora that ask your help also.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have our first panel discussion of the day. It's on the funding tools and opportunities, Horizon and the African Initiative. The moderator is Mr. Panagiotis Hassapis, Executive Vice President of SEVI, the Greek Exporters Association. Mr. Hassapis also teaches financial management and banking at the City College of Thessalonica. And now we will set up our first panel discussion.
And BRICS, more specifically China and India, have also a strong presence in Africa. However, cooperation between Europe and Africa is still subtle. For instance, the total trade between EU countries and African countries during the past decade diminished, went down by 4.3%, amounting now at approximately 225 billion euros in 2020. The same goes for Greece as well. The Greece-African trade transactions were decreased by approximately 9% from 2010 to 2020, and now they are amounting to 3.5 billion euros, but there is a big but here, with fuel production and fuel products playing a major part in this figure by almost 70%, both imports and exports. Additionally, regarding the investment activity in the past decade, China and the US have been the most important investors, followed by France, Turkey, and the UK. Cooperation must be boosted in the context of mutual benefit. And Africa's prospects are huge, and this is why we are here today, trying to find cooperation patterns, identify promising markets, and explore Horizon Europe's funding tools. The Horizon Europe Work Programme 2021-2022 includes about 36 topics with a budget of more or less 300 million under calls of proposals which are particularly relevant for cooperation with Africa. Specifically, the program is comprised in 4 thematic pillars. First one is public health, second one is green transition, the third one is innovation and technology, and the last one is the capacities for science. So at this point, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mark Holfkamp to further explain the way Horizon Europe and the African Initiative and how this will help achieve our goals. Mr. Holfkamp is a policy officer at the European Commission, Directorate for Research and Innovation, focusing mainly in cooperation with Africa. Previously, in the DG for Research and Innovation, he was a member of the negotiation team for Horizon Europe and assistant to the Director General. And before joining the European Commission, Mr. Holfkamp worked in the European Parliament as a political advisor, and he started his career in the European NGO, European Parliamentarians for Africa, that worked in Africa to strengthen the parliamentary capacities. He was stationed in Kenya, Uganda, and South Sudan. Mr. Holfkamp, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Hassab. Thank you very much for your introduction. I hope you can hear me, see me, although that's less important. Greetings from a very windy and rainy Brussels. As you said, Mr. Hassab, I will say something about the cooperation between Europe and Africa, specifically in the field of research and innovation. And our main tool in our cooperation with Africa in this field is Horizon Europe. Now, I see that we're running a bit behind schedule, so I will keep it very focused and very pragmatic also, in order to hopefully to inform the audience about what is happening in this field currently. I will try to share my screen so I can guide you through a few slides, and please let me know if you can see them. I will enlarge them. Let me see. I hope you can see the slides. Yeah, I see somebody nodding, so that's positive. Good. Let me take about 10 minutes to 15 minutes of your time to really to give you information, and I will do it in a very basic way, especially also for those who are not very familiar with a program like Horizon Europe. Now, I will start a bit with explaining in a few minutes our policy framework, but I will not dwell too much on this. And I invite everybody to have a more detailed look on the most important policy initiatives later on. But our policy compass from the side of the European Commission, when we talk about international cooperation in research and science with Africa, is what we call the global approach to research and innovation. This is a policy communication from the European Commission, which was adopted a few months ago, and which really sets the scene for us on how we see the cooperation with the world at large in research and innovation. I think I will only mention one thing here, is that the general attitude of this approach is openness. We want to cooperate with the world to really to try to find solutions for our main challenges which we are facing. It's also important to mention, and that's more political, is that the communication also makes clear that we need to also ensure Europe's strategic autonomy, for example, in the field of key technologies. This has an effect on, for example, on Horizon Europe, in which we clearly can say, okay, we want to work with the world on certain technologies, certain innovations, but on certain technologies and innovations, we prefer to keep the cooperation for the moment within Europe. And I think you are all aware of these political developments and on the concept of open strategic autonomy. Now, I will not dwell on this. Comes to Africa, our policy compass is the comprehensive strategy with Africa, also a communication adopted quite recently. For the first time in this strategy with Africa, research and innovation and knowledge and education in general, I would say, are really very prominent. It's one of the priorities of the communication, and that is a new element. So we're quite happy that that is now part of the overall policy framework with Africa. If I zoom in on how we cooperate with Africa in this field, you see on the left this is a institutionalized policy dialogue we have on the side of the EU, meaning the European Commission and the member states, and on the other side, the African Union Commission and its member states. So we meet on a regular basis in different formats where we discuss priorities for our cooperation in the field of science, technology, and innovation. This has been established already quite some time ago. It's running quite effectively, and under this dialogue, we have established since a number of years very concrete partnerships with Africa in research and innovation. For example, in the field of agriculture and food, in the field of energy, climate change, and in other fields. So these are ongoing practical cooperations whereby actors from Africa are cooperating with actors in Europe around these themes. And I will show you a bit more later on. I will leave the policy there, but it's just to give you a bit of a glance. And I invite you to ask questions about it or to have a more detailed look yourself. Now, on the practicalities, I think this is the most interesting. Horizon Europe is our new framework. It is a big budget. We have at our disposal 90.5 billion euros in which we will spend the coming 7 years in Europe and around the world. The new element here is that we have an extra component coming from Next Generation Europe, the recovery program, which will also be devoted to research and innovation. Of course, that all has to do with emerging from the COVID-19 crisis. The structure of the program you can see here. In very simple terms, there are 3 pillars. Pillar 1 is really focused on blue sky research, so really bottom-up research. Pillar 2 is the most central pillar and really focused on tackling our global challenges and our European industrial competitiveness. And this is organized in several clusters you see in this pillar. Pillar 3 is new, and it's focused really on innovation. And the big novelty in Horizon Europe there is the European Innovation Council. It has a budget of approximately 10 billion euros for the next 7 years. And it really will invest in startups, SMEs who are involved in deep tech developments. And they can get grants or loans from this European or through the European Innovation Council. So that's in a nutshell the program. This is information you can all find on our website, and I'm happy to share the slides with you after the meeting. When it comes to international cooperation in the framework program Horizon Europe, it is open. Entities from all over the world can take part in the program. Some of the actions are flagged really specifically for international cooperation and sometimes even for certain countries or regions, for example, with Africa. That leads me to Africa in Horizon Europe. For the first time, and that really reflects also the priority of the European Commission and the EU in general for working with Africa, we have assembled an Africa initiative in the first work program of Horizon Europe. And that runs this year and next year. And we expect that also, of course, Africa will be dominantly featuring in Horizon Europe the years after that. Now, what is this Africa initiative? It was already said that our cooperation with Africa is really centered around 4 priority areas, and you see them listed here. Public health is the first one. The second one is green transition. And with that, we mainly talk about food issues, agricultural issues, and climate change and energy. The third pillar of our cooperation or priority is innovation and technology. I will say something more about it later on because I think it's interesting, especially for European trade associations and companies. And the fourth pillar, which I will not tell a lot about it, is capacities for science. This is really capacity building to strengthen innovation ecosystems in Africa. Now, these 4 priorities are the priorities of our cooperation with Africa. And in Horizon Europe and in our first work program, we have made a package of around 36 topics, calls for proposals, which are now open. that target Africa specifically, and the budget is around 350 million euros. When I share these slides with you after the meeting, there are links on which you can click. For example, the link at the bottom of this slide, where you will be taken to the Africa initiative in Horizon Europe. So you can immediately see the details of all these calls for proposals. Now, this the next few slides I will go through very quickly because there's no time to go into details, but we have organized all our calls for proposals with Africa under these four priorities. The first one being public health. This is really focused on poverty-related diseases research in sub-Saharan Africa. And here I think it's important to mention that we will have a new joint undertaking from next year on, which will be the EU-Africa Global Public Health Partnership. This is really a big joint undertaking which builds upon the current European Development Clinical Trials Partnership, and it will be more than €1 billion for the next years, which will be invested in this area. So specifically in diseases, infectious diseases, actually, the coming years. The second one is, as I informed you, green transition. So topics around food security, sustainable agriculture, biodiversity, transport, climate change, and energy. And there are different very concrete call for proposals in which we invite European companies, European research institutes, and of course our partners in Africa to come together, form a consortia to deal with these themes, to find solutions for these issues. Now, I've listed here in the slides all the individual topics. I will not go through them, just to say that a number of these topics are already closed for participation, but a number of other topics are still open and can be applied to even early next year as well. And as I said, we expect more calls for proposals to come the coming years. So if you cannot participate now, there is no problem. I will skip all these calls for now. I will go to the third priority, innovation and technology. This is really about strengthening cooperation between research infrastructures, for example, between Europe and Africa, but also to help European companies to assess possibilities to enter markets in Africa. And there will be a specific program for that the coming 2 years. It's called InnoWide. And if you're interested, I can tell you a bit more about it later on. Capacities for science, I will skip for the moment. I think it's a bit less interesting for you. This is really more about strengthening institutions, working together around concepts like open science, these kind of things, where we work together with Africa. Now, let me focus on one specific partnership we have with Africa, and which we'll continue with Africa, and that is the Africa-Europe Innovation Partnership. This partnership brings together European and African tech hubs, incubators, startups in the field of all kinds of technologies, digital technologies, financial technologies, bringing them together and creating partnerships, and then see which steps we can together take to improve the business environment in certain spots in Africa by strengthening these tech hubs and incubators. It's a program which is now coming to an end, but it's going to continue in the European network of research and innovation centers and hubs, which you see on the right of the screen. That project has just started. It will run for the next 2 years. And the main aim is really to support tech transfer and commercialization. So it focuses really on the innovation part of Horizon Europe. And it will really bring together innovation services and tech hubs around specific themes. So this is something you might want to dig into a bit more if you are interested into it, and we are very welcome to send you more information about it or to direct you to the project website to get involved. I will finalize my presentation with saying that innovation and cooperation with companies, startups, etc., is becoming more and more dominant in our cooperation with Africa. We are now working on an innovation agenda together with the African Union Commission. This is a very pragmatic instrument which we are working with, really try to see how we can cooperate better in this field. It will have different elements, and we are currently developing this with the African Union Commission and with member states in the African Union. And we hope that in the next summit, February next year, the EU-Africa Summit, that we will adopt this innovation agenda, which will streamline our cooperation in this field. Now I will end here, also looking at the clock which is ticking. There are different ways to follow us. We created a new website focused on cooperation between the EU and Africa in the field of research and innovation. That is the first link you see, so you can find most of our information there. Of course, there's a Horizon Europe website, and we dedicated a specific fact sheet to the Africa initiative, where you can see a lot of details, how you can apply, how you can participate. You can find all the information there, and I will share the slides with you. So I'll stop there. I did it a bit quick and pragmatic, and I look forward to the questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holfak. Your speech was very helpful and informative, especially about Europe's research and innovation program. So I would like to ask you just one question. How research and innovation can assist social and economic sustainability in the two regions? And in your opinion, which targeted fields should be funded in order to boost the economic prosperity of Africa and enhance cooperation with the EU members?
Yeah, I think it's also recognized in what I referred to in the beginning of my presentation in the comprehensive strategy with Africa, is that we see that research and innovation and investing in really good and well-functioning, what we call, with a difficult word, but knowledge ecosystems in Africa, is that they can really boost economic and social development. And we have very good examples of this. For Europe, it is quite clear. I mean, there are many studies who have shown that investing seriously in innovation and technology really boosts productivity and economic development. I think that is a given, nobody doubts that. So in Africa, we really hope that we can bring this experience, how we have done this, and that's why we have this established cooperation with Africa in this field. Our dialogue with the African Union Commission, with the member states. So we really try to see where can we work together in a true partnership. I think it's a positive agenda. It is really geared towards the future, to solving problems we all face, COVID-19, vaccines, climate change, energy issues. And there we really try to come together, find collaboration with African companies, universities, and really try together to come with solutions for these problems. And we already see very good examples, good success stories, but there's a lot of work to do in this field because it's not the most big, also in budget terms, cooperation between the EU and Africa, but we are seeing slowly and slowly more attention, also political attention to this field. And therefore, we hope that in the summit next year between the EU and Africa, research and innovation are dominantly on the agenda. Thank you.
And if you like, what are the most recent developments and future perspectives of the high-level policy dialogue on science, technology, and innovation between EU and Africa?
Yeah, the cooperation is really around the 4 priorities I mentioned, but for the future, I think it's really going to be more and more focused on innovation itself. So strengthening innovation ecosystems in Africa together with partners, bringing together tech hubs, incubators, startups. That will be the main focus for the coming years. That's why we are developing this innovation agenda, which is a new instrument or policy tool, and I think that is our main focus for the coming years, and I hope that all kinds of actors will gather around that agenda and work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holfkamp. I will pass now to Mr. Blaise. Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
Où êtes-vous?
Ça va très bien, merci.
Ça fait bon?
Oui, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon.
OK. Je vais vous présenter en anglais puisque c'est la langue officielle de cet événement. Mr. Blaise, Dr. Blaise, Blaise Damgleu, is the president of the African Association of Agricultural Economics and is the lead economist for West Africa and the African Development Bank. Mr. Blaise holds a PhD, 2 PhDs, sorry, one in macroeconomics and the second one in agriculture economics. He also holds a master's in econometrics. For more than 10 years, he has been working for the African Development Bank under different positions. And prior to joining the bank, he worked for 10 years with the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture and has held senior positions in many other international organizations. I mean, your resume is is very rich. He has also served as associate professor of econometrics and econometrics at the University of Yaoundé, and guest lecturer and external examiner for various institutions across Africa, and has published many books and articles on African development and has served as co-editor-in-chief for the African Evaluation Journal and the African Journal of Agriculture and Resources Economics. Mr. Blaise, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My presentation I will try to be as quick as possible to save some time, and particularly that, as you know, from you, I'm presenting right away from Ottawa in Canada, and by the way, it is 3 a.m. here, which means that I have all the reason to be as quick as possible. So for my presentation, I will also share my screen, and from there, I hope you can see my screen. My presentation will try to focus on the opportunity part of things because the presentation of Mark has been very concrete and on practical things. From my side, I will try to focus on two particular aspects. First is the context of the relationship between Africa and Europe. And secondly, we try to shed some light on the multiple opportunity that that exists and that may be of interest in strengthening the this relationship. First of all, on the context of the African-Europe relation, here I will echo what the first presenter, Madame Crisula, said. I mean, in terms of how the relationship between the two continents has a bit evolved and how we need to see it today. First of all, as we know, many African countries has been colonized by European countries. So this type of relationship has created a kind of partnership and a kind of relationship where Europeans has been seeing African for long, has been seeing African as a place or countries where European needs to go for help. And for long, we have seen a lot of discourse in terms of we go to Africa to help Africa solve poverty, we go to Africa to bring democracy, we go to Africa to help stop conflict and so on. Maybe some of them may be true, but with time, things are changing and the situation is now looking very, very, very different. And the narrative need to change and is changing. We are now realizing that Africa is more a place for business than a place for development aid in the way it has been presented for decade and decade. This is a change of narrative that Europe is starting to understand, but the impression is that Europe has been a bit fallen behind when we compare what's happening and when we compare what some countries which are more distant from Africa, more distant politically, more distant geographically, and more distant even historically, like Asian countries, they are making more inroad in the economy in Africa because maybe they quickly understand that Africa is more a place for business than a place for a political positioning. So it is something that having understanding that and having put that in the context, it is now is the best time that one needs, and particularly Europe and private sector in Europe need to invest in Africa, because coming to Africa is not only because of the moral imperative of addressing inequality in the world. Maybe that imperative is still somewhere there, but the business part of it is also an interesting move. And most of the study now is showing that Africa is one of the most profitable region in the world. So there's no now is a time for industry to really turn to Africa as a place where one can do a serious business and with a very good prospects. When we look at the populations in Africa, in less than 100 years, 1 in 3 population in the world, 1 in 3 people in the world will be in Africa. So this is a very, very, very big market that no one can ignore. And if we also put into perspective the new African continental free trade that has been recently signed, it just means that this market is a very serious one, and it is time now to try to invest heavily in Africa, because the the time ahead is very bright, and those who will be there first will take up the main profit. Strengthening this relationship is not only good for Europe; it's also good for Africa, and Africa also wants this the presence of Europe and the presence of the private sector, and the presence of more investment in different areas, because today what African really want is not just trade, it's also to industrialize. And strengthening the relationship between the two continents will help the continent to faster the technology transfer, and therefore faster the industrialization of the continent. And Africa really needed in terms of social to attend to some of the social difficulties that the continent is going through. One of the areas that has been identified as where a key investment area where in my view the continent, European continent should be looking at area in the energy, agriculture, and infrastructure sector. Many analysis and institutions have identified those particular area as the area where it could be very interesting for Europe and for Africa to strengthen their collaboration. And it is the same way. I was reading the journal, the press yesterday, following the visit that the president of the Turkish president Tayyip Erdogan is making in Africa. And one summary of his visit was a win-win pact between Turkey and Africa. So this is how now things need to be seen, how to invest and go in the area where we can create a win-win pact between the two continents. So one of these areas, as I was saying, we are energy, agriculture, and infrastructure are some of these areas where that we should put more light on, and this should be seen in the context of the climate change. And climate change, has all of you know, is really presents a huge challenge for Africa, not only for Africa, for all the world. But at the same time, this climate change presents some opportunity also. So the thing is, for Europeans, it's not only a matter of investing in Africa. If the investment is also oriented towards area where climate change, where it takes care of the climate change situation, then we'll be having a double beneficial, financially beneficial, and climate smart technology can also help in attending to some of the challenge that Africa and the world is facing in terms of climate change. In the term of climate change, just a few figures here that I want to put on the table is what some of the estimation that African Development Bank has made in terms of what are the opportunities that are rising in terms of this climate change. I know there's a session that on the climate change that will maybe deal with those information in more detailed way. But it is said that climate change presents an opportunity which will be worth 3 trillion by 2030. That only in the area of climate change. This showed the kind of importance that this area may present. And so when investing in either in agriculture, in energy, or on infrastructure, having a kind of climate smart investment is something that has a lot of opportunity. And I see any private sector organization can find its way in this area. One other area that that are of particular interest for the Africa today is the agricultural sectors, and for sure, and this has been the case for many years, and this will continue to be the case in the year to come. There's a lot of potential in Africa in the area of agricultural sectors. By the way, Africa is the continent which still have more than 60% of the world uncultivated arable land. So we cannot think of nourishing the world in the coming years without thinking of investing in Africa and investing in the agricultural sector in Africa, and giving the increase of the population that is observed not only in Africa but in the world, the sooner or later investing in the agriculture in Africa will be something that we need to be done. And we have seen recently the recent increase in lease of agricultural land in Africa, which is an indication that some countries have already understand that and are trying to take advantage of the situation. Maybe there are some problematic situation that can be posed by this land grab in Africa. That is another subject. But still, agriculture is an area that one may need to think on a good, better, and best strategy to invest in. This is good for Europe to do it. This is good for Africa, given the situation of agriculture and nutrition in Africa. I can come back into it in detail if there's some questions. I think, Chair, I will just stop there by stressing one of the things that I've said along this presentation is that if we don't understand that a leader who will not understand that investing in Africa is now maybe running the risk of missing out one of the 21st century great growth opportunities. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you very much, and I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You said before that now it's time to invest in Africa. Let's make it more specific. A question about the role of the agricultural sector in the revitalization of the economy. And it will make it more specific. Why is it time now to invest in Africans' agriculture?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's an interesting question. And as I hinted in my presentation, the win-win concept that I read again yesterday when I was reading some news about the visit of the president of Turkish in Africa. We are in the heart of it, and this will not concern only countries like Turkey, but even the European Union need to take that view on the things, which means that investing in Africa will mean that Europe don't need to invest only in the area where they will have more profit, but if they can identify area where, when making profit, that the recipient, that is the African, will also find more relief, that will be against better. Because agriculture in Africa today is one of the big problem in Africa, and food security, as you know, is a silent pandemic that even kills hundreds of thousands of Africa every year. In fact, today it is even easier to die in Africa to die from hunger than from COVID. So hunger is more dangerous than even COVID. So investment, Africa needs investment in that area of agriculture. But at the same time, as I've pointed out, the agricultural sectors is one of the most profitable sectors in Africa today. And when we see as what the continent alone spend on food, and when we look at the need of food demand across the world, it means that whoever invests in agriculture in Africa, we have not only the market in Africa itself, but also the food market in all over the world. We need Africa, and we need the land in Africa. We need all the input in Africa. So it is really one of the best win-win. It's one of the best win-win area of investment that Europeans will need to look at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One last question, please. You know very well that Greece is a worldwide known producer and exporter of high-quality agri-food products. And the same thing goes for the other Mediterranean countries, Italy, Spain, France. And moreover, based on an OECD report, agricultural and fish production in sub-Saharan Africa is expected to grow by 23% over the next 10 years in net value. Under which conditions these trends could be the basis of a new agri-food cooperation? The first question. And in addition to that, from your experience as president of the African Association of Agricultural Economists, I would like you to inform us on the track. I would like you to inform us on the track on the trade and investment opportunities regarding the agricultural sector, and in which products we have to emphasize, or could we expand our Europe-Africa trading cooperation? And should Europe and Africa generate new funding programs regarding the primary sector, such as, business meetings or sharing know-how or innovative manufacturing techniques or good practices? I hope that your answer will be shorter than my question.
Okay, thank you. It is in my interest to be short in my answer, because there's no definite answer to that question. Yes, the agricultural production in the coming year will be increasing in Africa. However, the population is also increasing. So, but when we compare the increase in the production and the increase in the population, we see that if anything changes, if we don't have more increased input in the sector, the increase in the population will still be higher than the increase in the production. So the hunger we are observing will be increased if we don't change the cost of things in terms of technology in the sector. What we need to do is not, because today is not only a matter of food production that we are talking about, it's also a matter of food transformation, because we know the population in Africa is changing not only in numbers, but also in composition. And we have the cities are growing, the kind of the demands in food is different, and the demand in processing food, for example, is changing. So there is a need, that is to go into our second question, there is a need not only of the food, but the transformation of food. And this is where the private sector can be really very important, because we need kind of more agro-processing zone, agro-processing industry that we need to change and to bring the agricultural sector into a higher level of the value chain, to transform agricultural product, not only for the internal market, but even for the external market. And this is an area where private sector from Greece or from Europe is really needed. I will stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we are on time, so the host will not have to blame us. Thank you very much, Mr. Holkamp. Thank you very much, Dr. Blaise. and everyone that followed this session. I hope that we were useful and constructive, and see you next year. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure. Okay, it's on. So Africa wants it, Europe needs it. It's a subtle phrase. It captures a lot of insight. It captures also a lot of hope. So I'm sure with joint efforts, joint insights, we'll get to a closer cooperation between Africa and Europe. That's the hope. That's the nearby future. So all well. So Mr. Hassapis, Mr. Holtkamp, and Mr. Blaise, thank you very much for your interesting panel discussion. Now it's time for our second panel discussion. Give us 2-3 minutes to set up the microphones and so on. So I already introduced it. It's about the topic of EPAs between EU and ACP, the AFCTFA, if I'm correct. It will be moderated by Apostolos Mike. I practice, one moment. About Apostolos Michaelopoulos, who is currently first counselor for the Economic and Commercial Affairs and Director of B1 Directorate of Extroversion Planning and Coordination of Extroversion Bodies at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's a mouthful. In the past, Mr. Michalopoulos worked for the Greek embassies in Stockholm, Ljubljana, Budapest, and Johannesburg. A man who's been around and tasted the world. He will be soon on stage. Thank you.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to welcome you in today's conference under the title Connecting Europe with Africa, Promoting Economic Collaboration and Dialogue, organized by Enterprise Greece during this 61st annual meeting of the European Trade Promotion Organizations. For me, it's a real pleasure participating in this panel as a moderator under the title EPAs between the EU, ACP, the AFCFTA. I believe all of you are more or less familiar with the terms EU, European Union, and ACP, African, Caribbean, Pacific countries. But what about AFCFTA? So before introducing you our distinguished panelists, please allow me some very brief notes about the African Continental Free Trade Area. What is the AFCFTA? African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement was brokered by the African Union and was signed by 44 of its 55 member states in Kigali, Rwanda on March 21st, 2018. Trading under the agreement commenced on 1st of January this year, after a 6-month delay as a result of the impact of COVID-19. Already 39 of 54 signatories, 70% almost, have deposited their instruments of ratification with the chair of the African Union Commission. The African Continental Free Trade Area is an ambitious trade pact to form the world's largest free trade area by connecting almost 1.3 billion people across 54 African countries. The only African country not signing the agreement is Eritrea. The agreement aims to create a single market for goods and services in order to deepen the economic integration of African countries. The trade area could have a combined gross domestic product of around 2.5 trillion US dollars. The AFCFTA aims to reduce tariffs among members and covers policy areas such as trade facilitation and services, as well as regulatory measures such as sanitary standards and technical barriers to trade. Having said that brief comment, please allow me to introduce you in alphabetical order our guest panelists. Our first panelist is Mr. Jamie McLeod. Mr. McLeod is a trade policy expert of the Africa Trade Policy Center at the UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. He has consulted broadly on trade policy issues, including with the World Bank, the European Commission, and the Danish International Development Agency, and was formerly a trade economist at the Ghanaian Ministry of Trade and Industry. Dear Mr. McLeod, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. And thank you very much for the introduction. As introduced, I'm a trade policy expert at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, where I've been involved in supporting the African Continental Free Trade Area negotiations for now over 5 years, as well as supporting African negotiators in their other engagements with other regions around the world, including on the EPAs with the EU. It's a real pleasure to be here, tremendously so in Athens. When we step outside of our hotel, we can look up to the Acropolis and we can see the Parthenon, and we're reminded that some things change not at all, very slowly over hundreds of years. But unfortunately, that's also been the case with African trade. African trade has remained concentrated in exporting basically commodities, metals, and fuels for also hundreds of years. And this is what we hope with the African Continental Free Trade Area we can rectify and address. Those are some of the things I'd like to cover in my presentation here. First of all, the rationale for the African Continental Free Trade Area, some of our recent projections at UNECA on the economic impacts and expectations of it, as well as the status of those negotiations, and perhaps also some ideas for how the EU can help support African countries in implementing the agreement and for arrangements between the EU and Africa. So to begin this presentation, I'd like to think first of all about some of the, the theoretical kind of arguments for the African Continental Free Trade Area. Really, what we have in Africa is an enormous continent, a tremendous market, but one that is split up and fragmented into a lot of small pieces. There are 22 African countries with populations under 10 million, the size of a large city such as St. Petersburg. And trade is frustrated between all these different African countries across 107 unique land borders. But it's not just trading over those borders that is difficult for businesses. It's also that they face different regulatory environments in each of those 54 countries. So for instance, they'll face different standards regulations, different competition regulations, investment and services liberalization restrictions. What the AFCFTA can do fundamentally is to consolidate that market into, as we heard, one worth $2.5 trillion and covering 1.3 billion people, the size of China or India. And through so doing, we help to consolidate a market that creates better kind of scale economies for businesses, improves competition, and lowers business costs. Yet it's not just Africa in a static sense that's so interesting for the AFCFTA here. It's also how the continent is changing in a dynamic way. Africa really is, I believe, the frontier for growth and for markets in this century. This figure here is a projection of the size of the African market in terms of population and GDP, how it's changing, but also the proportion of that market that's middle class, because the African market is increasingly an urbanizing one with people moving to cities and becoming more middle class, creating incredible dynamic opportunities for growth over the medium and longer term. So how does this theory combine together into our economic projections of what the African continental free trade area can achieve? At UNECA, we've been involved in updating our modeling estimates on this. These now include not just the impacts from tariff liberalization, but also from reductions to restrictions in services and from improving the non-tariff measures that constrain trade as well. And what we anticipate is actually, even without the African continental free trade area, intra-African trade would grow tremendously by 270% by 2045. And that's because the market is just growing very quickly. But what the AFCFTA helps to do is to put boosters underneath that to really magnify intra-African trade. And with it, we would see intra-African trade increase by 400% in that time. But it's not just the increase that's important, it's what is increasing within that trade. And that is particularly industrial goods and agri-foods. And these are the kind of products, instead of those raw commodities that Africa has exported for so long, that will actually contribute to a transformative change in the continent through trade. This figure shows some of the main sectors we anticipate to benefit from the AFCFTA. This includes things such as vehicles and transport equipment, energy metals, machinery, chemical products, sugar, other food products, wood and paper, milk and dairy, and textiles. The extent to which each specific sector will benefit, it is down to some of the parameters in the agreement that are yet to be determined. For instance, the rules, some of the remaining rules of origin, and also some of the products that will be excluded from liberalization. There was concern from some African negotiators, particularly from the smaller countries, that they may be left behind in these negotiations. Maybe the benefits would accrue just to the more industrialized African countries, the South Africas, Egypts, Kenyas, for instance. Our modeling at least says that that's not what we expect. We expect to see welfare benefits to all African countries, but also that amongst them, it is the least developed country group that sees the biggest benefit from the AFCFTA to their industrial exports, which, as I mentioned, is important for changing Africa's trades to make it more conducive for its sustainable industrialization and development. How are the negotiations currently? So trading under the AFCFTA commenced officially in January this year. There was an assignment of goods traded from Ghana to South Africa, which was the first official one traded. It involved some cosmetics and drinks from Casa Preco, a company in Ghana. But unfortunately, practically and frankly, the real trade under the agreement is yet to substantially take off. And this is because a few technical issues remain in the agreement that are yet to be finalized by negotiators before trade can really flow. Principally, these are about 12% of the rules of origin. These are the certificates that determine that your product meets the originating status to qualify for trading under the AFCFTA. for instance, it's sufficiently built in Ghana to be traded under it. And the remaining rules of origin that are constraining this concern the automobile sector, edible oils, and also textiles. Negotiators have wrestled over these for 4 years now, and they are making progress, but these really need to be resolved before trade can substantively flow onto the agreement. We heard in the moderator's remarks that 54 African countries have signed the agreement. That's correct. 42 have now ratified the agreement, which is a prerequisite for entering into force. In the figure, you can see these are the countries shaded in blue. As well as that, though, some technical parts of the agreement are remaining to be concluded by countries. Countries need to submit their certified schedules of tariff concessions. The red dots on the map denote those countries here. There's 28 of them. And those are particularly, you'll see the West African and Central African countries have done this. But the Southern and Eastern African countries are still waiting for those rules of origin to be finished before they can conclude that. Then also there's services schedules that 33 countries have now concluded, but still some remaining technical work to be done here. I'm optimistic. I think there's a lot of political commitments to the African continental free trade area at the highest policy-making levels in the continent, at the
discussion. Thank you.
So, hello again. I would like to thank Mr. MacLeod for his presentation. I would like to ask a question to Mr. MacLeod, having in mind that regional integration in Africa has been largely a remote goal, despite the continent's regional economic communities, such as the Common Market for East and South Africa, the East African Community, the Economic Community of West African States, and the South African Development Community. I would like to ask you, Mr. MacLeod, how can Europe engage with and support the African Continental Free Trade Area? Thank you. Oh, shall we go to our second panelist? Our second panelist is Dr. Arthur Minsat. Dr. Minsat heads the OECD Development Center's Unit for Africa, Europe and Middle East, which produces Africa's development dynamics, revenue statistics in Africa, and quality infrastructure in 21st century Africa. As lead economist, Dr. Minsat led the themes of the African economic outlooks, while at the UNDP, Dr. Minsat researched for the flagship Human Development Reports. Dr. Minsat, you are kindly requested to proceed to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apostolos. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear and sound. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here, and I apologize for not being able to be here in person, but I'm following a very timely conference on connecting Europe with Africa, which is an extremely strategic topic for now in the COVID context, and also for the future, given the links between Europe and Africa. And I'd like to thank the European Trade Promotion Organizations and Enterprise Greece for organizing
Hello again. After tackling some technical issues and problems, we're back, and I would like to welcome our second panelist, Dr. Arthur Minsat. Dr. Minsat heads the OECD Development Center's Unit for Africa, Europe, and Middle East, which produces Africa's development dynamics, revenue statistics in Africa, and quality infrastructure in 21st century Africa. As lead economist, Dr. Minsat led the themes of the African economic outlooks, while at UNDP, Dr. Minsat researched for the flagship Human Development Reports. Dr. Minsat, you're kindly requested to proceed to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Apostolos, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. And I must apologize, sincerely apologize for not being able to be here in person, which may hamper the delivery of my presentation, but I'm nonetheless very delighted to be here with you because the conference is very important and strategic on the links between Europe and Africa. And I'd like to thank Enterprise Greece and the European Trade Promotion Organizations for organizing such an important event. I will, in the interest of time, I think I will maybe cut my presentation a little bit short to stick with the time for the panel. First, I will explain a bit where we stand today in the COVID context. Secondly, look at how regional integration can be accelerated in the context of the continental free trade area, zoom into the pharmaceutical sector, and draw some policy recommendations. Can you see my screen and hear me well? Okay, perfect. So where do we stand today? Africa has been a driver of growth in the past, as you can see on the top graph. Second largest economic growth after Asia, but has been suffering with the COVID-19 crisis less than other world regions, since its GDP contracted by 2.6%, which is less than the world average. However, this poses immense challenges with many countries, 41 countries entering recession compared to only 11 during the latest global financial crisis in 2008. And we also see that some regions have been, like Southern Africa in particular, have been particularly hit. And this poses not only economic challenges, but social challenges with 40 million people falling back into poverty. Secondly, this poses an additional challenge for Africa's development trajectory and convergence with the rest of the world, as you can see on the second slide. Africa makes today less than 4% of the world GDP, and we had seen a convergence process. However, in 2020, we see that this convergence is decreasing and is being interrupted because African economies are very integrated into the world economy. They depend on commodity flows and they suffer from the shock. So the resumption of growth will be less high than the rest of the world, and Africa will go back to its share of 3.8% of GDP, world GDP output only by 2026. So this is a key challenge for the continent. Nonetheless, there are very big policy momentum on the continent to accelerate Africa's productive transformation, which will help create better jobs. And a big opportunities for that is to develop global and regional value chains. And I will zoom into the African value chain, the regional value chain. First, Africa's regional value chains are key for the productive transformation. As you can see on the graph, Africa's forward participation into global value chain is higher than its backward participation, and that's mainly because of its mainly happening through input into mining, extractive industries, among others. Whereas if we look into the backward supply in agro-processing, for example, the degree of the ability of African economies to add value to their exports before exporting is less important. And Africa's share of global value chains today is about 2% of the world. So there's a lot of room to continue to improve and to make better use of that and these opportunities. Processed goods represent 79% of intra-African exports. And the food demand is set to continue to increase by 55% by 2030. And we also see that intracontinental exports are less than in Asia, which means, or in other developing regions, which means that there is much scope to, by increasing the value chains, better developing infrastructure, certifying quality products, for instance, and boosting production capacity to increase that share of intracontinental exports and having more intermediate products that are transformed. There have been many initiatives happening on the continent. We have big institutions, the African Union Development Agency, working hand in hand also with development partners, such as the OECD Development Center, but also UNCTAD, UNIDO, World Bank, and so a lot has happened to boost strategies. However, and to integrate a value chain. And there's big momentum happening now with the Continental Free Trade Area, as Jamie has highlighted before, with the different phases to roll out the Continental Free Trade Area. Let's zoom in the pharmaceutical sector to look into the pharmaceutical value chains. This is a key challenge. As we've seen with the pandemic, Africa imports about 90% of its pharmaceutical products, mainly from the European Union and from India, which has been a key challenge in the context of the pandemic because of the disruptions in global trade that we have seen and increased competition and magnifying the economic shock on supply and demand shock on African markets. So there is much scope, for instance, here to increase the production of pharmaceutical products by boosting these regional African value chains. And on the demand side, there is much scope for opportunities. We saw that the African demand for pharmaceutical products more than doubled over the last decade, and it belongs to some of the 20 products that in Africa where the demand has increased more than the global average. So that's particularly important. However, the production has not met this demand. What we look at what African producers export and import, when we look at the pharmaceuticals, between 2009 and 2016, it's actually stayed flat and even slightly decreased, as you can see between the blue and the green lines, compared to the rest of the world where it has increased. So boosting the capacity for local production will be strategic for African economies, producers, and of course for African health. There is much growth that has been happening and that some regions have been able to better tap than others. So if you look on the right-hand side of the panel, 10 African exporters of medicinal and pharmaceutical products, South Africa has clearly taken the lead, but also Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, Tunisia that are growing more and exporting to other African markets. There is also growing African exports destination that make more than half of the destination of the markets for pharmaceutical products, and African countries can use the policy momentum from the Continental Free Trade Area to continue to accelerate this. And Europe, the partnership with the European Union will be very important in that context. The European Union, as was highlighted before, is Africa's largest partner for both its exports and its imports, but also the biggest investor, representing about 40% of foreign direct investment in Africa, taking into account all types of flows, both greenfield and stock of FDI. What can we do to boost this regional integration? We identify three main challenges to develop the regional value chains. First, intra-African trade cost has actually increased since 2012 and is now back to the level where it was in 2005. So here again, the Continental Free Trade Area will be key to not only reduce trade barriers, but also to reduce non-trade barriers that had led to increasing the trade cost, including through increases in the cost of shipping and infrastructure. Secondly, weak industrial linkages between economies, sectors, lead firms and small and middle-sized firms and the informal sector, and also regions. So intra-regional sourcing, as I highlighted before, remains low, with under 15% of the total in Africa, compared to Southeast Asia, a region that is not so deeply connected, if we compare with the Northeast Asia, for instance, but which remains higher at 22%. And the third challenge, of course, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of very high informality, about 80% in some regions of the labor force, a lack of inclusion, so higher labor standards, but also reducing the environmental negative externalities of integrating value chains. Think of the automotive sector, for instance, wood processing, very high potential in Central Africa, or the energy. So reducing these environmental pressures will be important in a context where we see increased pressure, including on air pollution, that have increased by about 30% in Africa, which is about the same increase rate as in Asia. So what are some key elements for implementing the policies? Will be first, better prioritizing areas where African economies have comparative advantages, or strategic sectors like the pharmaceutical sector highlighted before, having more participation by the private sector. A lot of the initiatives have been led top down, and it's the private sector who will develop the value chains in cooperation with the European actors. So this is where having an involvement of the private sector in the formulation of the strategies, but also in the implementation and the monitoring of them will be key. And finally, mobilizing financial resources. If we take the example of the Industrial Decade for Africa Fund, there was only 5 million euros were allocated to it. So that's clearly not enough, 5 million euros to develop. And if we look at the domestic resources mobilization, it's only 16% of Africa's GDP, covering about 30 African countries. Take the largest economy on the continent, Nigeria, tax to GDP ratio is only 5.9% of the GDP. And if you compare to Tunisia, it's at 32%. So there's scope for increasing much and mobilizing better resources so that in alignment with political priorities, political will, the funds are channeled and public goods can be delivered to clusters in order to have a leveling of the production. So these are some of the keys, and we can go into some more technical issues, but in the interest of time, I'd like to close my presentation here. I know there are a few more issues that I'd be happy to tackle on during the Q&A. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Minsat. Your contribution is highly appreciated. Thank you for your a very informative presentation. If I can just pose you a question, the African Continental Free Trade Area aims to create a Pan-African market for the continent's industrialization and deepen economic integration. However, obstacles ranging from ever-present rent tape, poor infrastructure, and deep-rooted protectionism will not disappear, of course, overnight. So my question to you is, what are some key policy recommendations that could enhance regional integration on the continent? Can you please elaborate a little bit about this? Thank you.
Of course, for me, there are three main areas for accelerating this regional integration. The first one is increasing the trade cost, but not only the global trade cost, but the intra-African trade cost. And that's not only about tariff barriers, but that's also about non-tariff barrier to trades. Look at the cost of infrastructure, but also improving the quality of products. So for example, having certification of products, of the quality of products, and African certification mechanisms can really help boost the standards of the production in order to level the quality standards, and thereby benefiting from the lower intra-African trade, but in a way that can help improve the quality of the production because these value chains are very competitive. And so we need to, at the same time, be competitive, but have very high value products to be able to insert them and develop these value chains and regional integration. Second element is the inclusivity of the value chains. the increased competition should not be a race to the bottom. So it will be really important to provide public goods to clusters. Public goods meaning having, of course, quality infrastructure delivered to some targeted areas. We have seen they have limited financial resources, so it will be really important for national governments, also for the regional economic communities to target the areas where they want to invest, to attract the private sector and work together with the private sector. So providing public goods there will be really key because we cannot invest everywhere. And in order to have inclusive value chains, skills and boosting competencies in close partnership. We have many case studies from the energy business, automotives, for instance, how to do it. Take the Tangier cluster in Morocco, for instance, will be really key to improve competencies and the skills level. And final, last but not least, it will be really key important to have a coordination and led by African institutions, so by the African Union, according to a broad strategy that is financed, that is enacted with the political will by African leaders and the support of the partners. And in order to get the finance and the capacity to monitor, evaluate policies, and be able to learn from what happened well, but also what did not work so well. We cannot get everything right from the first time, but what is important is to learn and we have a very strong institutional basis on the African continent that can be continue to be used through increased policy dialogue with the private sector and by having the private sector at the core of the regional integration effort to circulate information and monitor the implementation of policies in agreement with the development strategies. I'd like to thank you very much for this opportunity.
Dr. Mensah, thank you again for your kind presentation, and of course for all these very informative elements that you shared with us. Hopefully next year you'll be able to have a physical presence and have the pleasure to be among us. And now going to our last but not least panelist, Mr. Athanasios Ramos. Mr. Ramos counts on 33 years of service in the European Commission, with 22 years in DG Trade, where he continues to work to this day as a senior expert. His main responsibilities are related to the negotiation and implementation of the economic partnership agreements with regards to East African Community and Eastern and Southern Africa regions, along with trade relations with East African Community, Common Market for East and South Africa, Horn of Africa, Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Regional Configuration in Africa. Dear Mr. Ramos, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Just to give you a little bit another perspective probably from our side, and of course the trade policy review which has been communicated last February with regard to Africa. The first slide shows basically what is the reality, and we have to understand that. I mean, this is Africa is the first trade, the EU is Africa's trading partner, first trading partner, and Africa is the EU's fourth trading partner. That means that although the figure is it's low for the time being, 220 billion euros. It is the potential very important, and definitely even now we can say that for both parties each other needs the other. Now, with regard to the economic partnership agreements, we have to remind that these are the trade agreements that we have negotiated from early 2000 until beginning of 2010. Because of the Cotonou agreement, which had stipulated that we have to negotiate that bilateral trade agreements to replace the unilateral preference that we had granted to under Cotonou. The result after all these years is that we have some 32 countries implementing the economic partnership agreement in the whole ACP, and 14 sub-Saharan African countries implement an EPA. In Africa, you can see here in the slide that we have 6 countries from the SADC region, 5 countries from the Eastern and Southern Africa, then Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and from Central Africa, the Cameroon. The key features of the EPAs is, you can see there, it's 5, and apart from the market access, which is very important, of course, we have also safeguard mechanisms which protects the African local industry, just in case that the EU imports distort their industry. But it's not only that, we strengthen reinforce, support the regional integration effort of the different regional configurations in Africa, and we install a platform for dialogue, which is absolutely important for having trade supported. And of course, let's not forget that the economic partnership agreements have a developmental dimension, so we support that with several programs going from even economic European investment plan, aid for trade, and so on. Now, what the EPAs mean for our African partners, in a nutshell, apart from the duty-free, quota-free market access, we grant numerous asymmetrical asymmetries in their favor, which we don't talk about very often, but they're very important because behind that is our policy in order to protect them and give them the opportunity to develop without any hindrance. The third one is the partnership. We build a partnership which is very important on communication and cooperation platforms. And then there is an experience which is built up, and our African partners, they get tools to negotiate, which tools can also be used for the AFCFTA process that they're currently doing. And last but not least, the regional economic integration. Definitely this is the main objective of all the economic partnership agreements, and of course that will help also the current AFCFTA process. The opportunities for our business, our EU business, of course, is first of all improved market access. We ensure that through the economic partnership agreements. And we have also the opportunity to give cheaper imports from African countries thanks to the duty-free, quota-free access. Then we improve the business climate, which is also very important for our businesses. Provisions on trade facilitation, which are very important, as all the business operators know, and as I said already, the platforms which are built within this framework is also very important. And then, last but not least, an opportunity to move beyond trade in goods, and the ESA deepening is an example that I come to it directly now. I'm going very fast now because unfortunately I see that I have not too much time. The current agenda in Africa are 4 items: the implementation first of the 14 sub-Saharan countries with which we have economic partnership agreements. We still wait for the implementation of 2 regional EPAs with the East African Community and West Africa. And then the 3rd and the 4th is the widening of existing EPAs to others and the deepening of existing EPAs. I focus on the 3rd and 4th, and starting with the current agenda with the EPA accessions, we have 2 examples for the time being. Angola, which is going to join, has requested that, the SADC EPA, and Comoros, which has already joined the ESA interim EPA and is currently negotiating with us the ESA deepening. And then the agenda on the EPA deepening for the 5 countries of the Eastern and Southern Africa, which is a paradigm, if it is successful, for other countries and regions in Africa. And the scope is to go and have, beyond trading goods, all the trade-related issues, including in reinforced institutional provisions and civil society dialogue. Now I come to the AFCFTA process, which, as I said, is quite covered by the 2 previous speakers. Now, the current state of play, I think it is also covered. It's not necessary to keep that. But what I wanted to focus here is to note that the 2 objectives of this process, of this initiative, is first to promote intra-African trade, absolutely legitimate and very good objective, in particular given we have only 20% of total trade of Africa, which represents also 2% of the global trade. So both figures are low, so we perfectly understand why it is that objective. And then second, strengthening Africa's place in global trade. With regard to the first, we have to take into account the challenges. The challenges are there. I think they're quite well known, and since I'm running out of time, I will just say that these the 4 categories which are the most important, and it encompasses all the policies that we follow, including, of course, the support and development cooperation, and also the other policies with green energy and so on. With regard to the second objective, strengthening Africa's place in global trade, that means that the African partners have to be in a position to engage with third parties, and to do so they need to have a body with a mandate, which is not the case for the time being, and they need to cope with lack of appetite from certain African states. Hopefully that will disappear in the next years, and lack of expertise, for which of course we support. I give the example very quickly of the regional economic communities which we support through the economic partnership agreements, and the examples of the non-tariff barriers, which is the most important issue in our sense, because as you can see from the performance of these regional economic communities, you will see the issues that have the challenges in order to remove these non-tariff barriers. They have set up a mechanism, but unfortunately, for the time being, there is a limited success in addressing these non-tariff barriers. To have that, they require policy changes and actual enforcement of these commitments. So why I'm saying that, it's because I want to go to the next slide and say that the AFCFTA mechanism is bound to face similar challenges. That is a reality that we have to keep in mind, and definitely our African partners need to address this challenge. And they have very good reasons for doing so, because if they manage to eliminate the non-tariff barriers, the gains, at least as shown by an UNCTAD report, are huge, as much as 20 billion euros each year, compared with the gains from the elimination of the tariffs. And then I conclude with the trade policy review. As I said in the beginning of my presentation, this has four headline actions. The first, of course, is the enhanced EU-Africa dialogue. The second is the deepening and widening of the trade agreements that we have. I talked about that already. The third is explore further the possibility of enhancing links and synergies between different trade arrangements with African countries. So we look at the rules of origin also. And the fourth one is to pursue sustainable investment facilitation initiatives. And with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramos. Due to the time restrictions, please allow me to speed up a little bit. We have a lunch break in front of us. So just to be as swift as possible, how do you see the compatibility between the African continental free trade area and the trade agreements that the EU has negotiated with several countries in Africa over the past years? So this is a question, please. Be as much explicit, but as much brief and swift as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I will be brief and as much as clear as you say. I will start with the most obvious is that we support politically, economically, and technically the AFCFTA. That means that we don't see really an incompatibility. I start with a negative one. Now, we think that the AFCFTA and the economic partnership agreements are complementary and reinforcing each other. Why is so? Because, first of all, both they boost the trade and development and investment and they promote that. Therefore, they promote the growth and sustainable development. The second reason is that we use similar tools. There's no difference. So if we succeed to one, we succeed to the other. And third one is that we face the same challenges. I made reference to some of them with the non-tariff barriers, but it's not the only ones. There are others. So this means that both processes can work hand by hand. And the fourth one, of course, is that the long term is the continental to continental. The other reason why we believe that there is a compatibility is that so far, from our experience, we haven't seen this disruption of the regional configurations as many criticize about the implementation of the EPAs. And the third one, which is the most important, is that we have to focus on two main issues which are of concern. The one is the tariff liberalization, and the second one is, as I said, the non-tariff barriers. So for the first one, the tariff liberalization does not give any problem to the AFCFTA process until at least that AFCFTA process becomes a customs union. To the extent that the Africa will become a customs union, when that becomes a reality, of course, we will have to unfold the economic partnership agreements in order to adjust to that reality. But that's not the case for the time being. And then the last one, and I'm sorry to be long here, is that the economic partnership agreements help for the investment. We have heard here a lot of investment. So we do that. If EPAs are successful, that will help the investments. That is the truth, and we have to say it. And just as a small evidence of what I'm saying is that if you look at the EU stock of investments from the period from 2013 to 2019 for the 14 countries which implement EPAs, you will see that there is an increase of some 18% compared to 5% for the whole ACP. It's an indication. I'm not saying that it is a full response, but it is a good indication, a positive one for what we were saying. And with that, thank you very much, and I'm sorry to have been very lengthy.
Again, many thanks, Mr. Ramos, for your kind comments. So I would kindly ask all the panelists to stand and have a family picture for you as a physical person and from us. So please, Mr. Ramos and Mr. McLeod, so we can have all together a photo Zoom. Or a family photo, let's say.
I will have to take off.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. Now it's lunchtime. You will be guided to the pool yard where you can enjoy a standing lunch. Please do not jump into the water because we don't have the time. You should be back here at 1 o'clock sharpish because other people who are not in this room but online are waiting for us. So please be back at 1 o'clock sharpish. So bon appetit. Kali orexi, I guess. Yeah, it's right. Kali orexi. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you for keeping up track with time. The next on the agenda is a panel discussion about EU international cooperation and development policy in Africa. It's moderated by Vicky Macriani, who is Senior Advisor at the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, SCV. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Bossou. My name is, as Mr. Bossou said, Vicky Macriani. I represent the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, SCV, in Athens, and I will be your moderator for this panel. Let me welcome Ms. Sandra Kramer, Director Africa at the European Commission's Director General for International Partnerships since June 2019. However, Ms. Kramer has a long career in the European Commission. She's since 1995. She was also appointed Director for Coordination and Administration in the Cabinet of European Commission's President, Mr. Juncker. Mr. Sotiris Moussouris, Founder and President of the Hellenic African Chamber of Commerce and Development, Secretary General of the Maragopoulos Foundation on Human Rights, President of the Athens Development and Governance Institute, and member of many boards of entities dealing with cultural and international relations matters. Dr. Moussouris has also a long career in the United Nations. Last but not least, Dr. Alexandros Pachis, Secretary General of the European Business Council for Africa and the Mediterranean. He is a member of the Board of Search for Common Ground and member of the Advisory Board of the European Institute for Asian Studies. He has been for many years a staff member of the European Commission. So thank you all for being with us today. And before I give the floor to Ms. Kramer, may I ask all the panelists to stand next to the screen and Ms. Kramer to stay still in order to take a photo. Thank you. I guess the photo was taken. I'm not sure because I cannot have a full view of the room. So I will give the floor to Ms. Kramer to make the presentation on the Africa-EU partnership. Ms. Kramer, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Kalimera. And thank you, Christos, for organizing. You have done a fantastic organization.
Sorry.
I know.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the photo was not yet taken. So.
Oh, apologies.
Hold on.
Should we stand still again?
Okay, nice. Thank you. You can. Sorry.
No problem. Christos, thanks for organizing. Vicky, thanks for moderating. And of course, my very best regards to Alex Spakis, who I worked with and who is a friend. Let me start with the first slide. If you can change the slide for me. I just wanted to give you a picture here of what the EU-Africa partnership looks like in terms of trade, foreign direct investment, and official development assistance. And there you can see the figures, and the figures speak for themselves. The European Union and the 27 member states are the largest partner for the African continent when it comes to trade in goods, when it comes to foreign direct investment, and also the overseas development, the official development aid. These are figures, as you can see, from 2019. Of course, COVID has hit the economies hard. COVID hit the whole world very, very hard, but African economies were very badly affected, of course, by the complete stop of trade, tourism, movement of goods, people, etc. And therefore, what I think is important to highlight in this presentation to you, to this specific audience, is what are we going to do to recover from the COVID-19 crisis and to recover in a green and a sustainable and a digital way. Let me first of all tell you how important this strategic partnership is. It was always for the European Union, but Ursula von der Leyen, the current president of the European Commission, has made it very clear that this is a strategic partnership and that we are, of course, natural partners, that we are very closely linked to the African continent in many, many ways. When we look now at the situation, of course, COVID is something that we have to deal with. I've put a couple of figures here on the slide to tell you how much Team Europe, which is the EU as institutions and the member states together, have provided via COVAX in terms of contributions in grants and in loans to get vaccines and to distribute them. 3 billion euros was given by the Team Europe as a whole to COVAX, and also exported vaccines. We shipped vaccines to 150 countries across all continents, and we have pledged to donate 500 doses by the middle of 2022, particularly to Sub-Saharan Africa. We are, of course, looking also at debt restructuring to give more fiscal space to governments, and of course to special drawing rights to encourage members of the IMF to recycle their special drawing rights and make sure that they come to lower and middle income countries in Africa. If I can get the next slide, we have put together on the 9th of March 2020 a document, a joint communication of HRVP Borrell and Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen called Towards a Comprehensive Strategy with Africa. And there's 5 priorities in there. There is a green transition and energy access, where I think a partnership with Africa is very much needed, because as I said before, we need to recover from this, but in a green and sustainable way, and renewable energy will be a very big part of that. Then the second is a digital transformation, because digitalization is what we need, both in terms of investment in the infrastructure, but also e-government and skills, and making sure that there are digital components in health or in the education sector, for example. The third is a very important component for the audience that we are speaking to today, because it's the growth of the economy, it's job creation. We see the demography, we see how many jobs are needed. And this has a clear focus on small and medium-sized enterprises, which we feel, and you know this as well, are 70–80% of the African economies. They are the largest provider of job creation, and we look to de-risk investments through our European Fund for Sustainable Development. We make sure that we work on the big active on the African continent, and they are there helping us and helping the governments to make all these business and investment climates as positive as possible. And of course, this segmenting, because we need to train the youth in particular there with the skills that they need for the economies of today and tomorrow. So there, that's the third element. The fourth is peace, governance, democracy, very important pillars of the democracies and the economies in Africa. And 5 is, of course, our migration and mobility aspect, where we look at a lot of things under that chapter, including readmission, reintegration, but also legal migration and mobility within Africa, because as you know, most mobility and migration happens on the continent itself. As I say, we proposed this on the 9th of March. Several days afterwards, the pandemic was officially declared. Nevertheless, we have council conclusions on that. So the member states have endorsed this strategy as our position to how we see the partnership. We're now moving into a phase where we are leading up to the summit. So we have the ministerial next week, Tuesday, in Kigali. Those are ministers of foreign affairs of the 27 member states of the European Union and the ministers of foreign affairs of the Africa Union member states meeting in Kigali to discuss the agenda ahead. And we have then, hopefully early next year, unfortunately the dates are not known yet, the EU-Africa Summit in Brussels. And that is a physical event. This is then chaired by the President of the European Council, Charles Michel. And we are looking forward to then cement something that is really a forward-looking, modern, dynamic, and very much focused on economic perspectives and economic opportunities and job creation on the African continent. Now, in the next slide, I would like to show you one of the Team Europe initiatives that we have in mind. And again, Team Europe is the member states together with the European institutions. That is because we want to pull it together to have a lot more impact. Impact is what it's ultimately about. We need to bring results, and we are going to do that much better if we all focus on the same things. So the Team Europe initiative, investing in young businesses in Africa, is extremely important. We are looking at a very entrepreneurial continent. We're looking at a continent where small and medium-sized enterprises really are 70% of the jobs in most countries. But we have also heard, and you know it as well, access to finance, for example, is really an issue. New businesses need to get off the ground. Existing businesses need to expand, and they need to create jobs. That is what we will try and help them with. We look at small companies at pre-seed stages. We look at startups. We look at entrepreneurial ecosystems and business and climate environments and investment climate, as I said earlier. And we will do that through finance, through technical assistance, through expertise, and to help make better business environment in our partner country. Stations like Agence France de Développement from France, or in Germany, GIZ or KfW, or the European Investment Bank, they are all involved in that. So this is not the European Commission that is selecting companies and that is directly in touch with companies. We put our funding there. And we use, if you want, our funding in the sense that we use it to de-risk investment, that we use it as a guarantee through the European Investment Bank, for example, or other banks. So this investing in young businesses in Africa is something that we would like to present at the summit. And at the summit, of course, which hopefully takes place early next year, we would like to come to an agreement with our African partners that we focus on investment, we focus on education, and obviously we focus as well on health. Just a little parenthesis there. The African continent is for 99% dependent on the import of vaccines. And this crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, has made it very clear that there must be vaccine manufacturing capacity on the African continent. And this is something that we're looking into as well. And that will also hopefully come to fruition at the summit. Now, the next slide is an important one for you as well, because that is the Europe-Africa Business Forum. And we will do that just a few days before the summit. So we're waiting for the dates of the summit to clear up, to be confirmed, and then we can confirm to you when the European Africa Business Forum can take place. This is a very important hybrid event. I hope you can all join. It will take place physically in Brussels, but there will be obviously a lot of hybrid connections as well. This focuses on creating this enabling framework, as I told you before, and building stronger value chains. That's what's very important. You see there a number of priority value chains that we have selected in, for example, agri-food, automotive, raw materials, sustainable energy, infrastructures, textile and tourism, and strengthening the tools to make it work. So all that together will form a two-day event where we hope to see companies, so it's a business-to-business event, but it's also a business-to-government event, because much of this, and I keep coming back, is about the business and investment climate. I want to say a last word on the regional integration and the continental free trade area. I think it's very important that we also, that you know how much we focus on that, because it is important that there's more intra-Africa trade. For the moment, this is very low. There are too many obstacles and there are too many things that hinder intra-Africa trade. So our focus, together with the governments and the regional economic communities that are there on the Africa continent and are very strong partners for us, we are working to create better frameworks and a better environment to do business within the African continent. So I think that I have given you a very short, but I hope a very useful presentation of the Team Europe approach, of the support to young businesses in Africa, of the summit and the business forum that will just precede the summit. And I very much look forward to the debate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer, for this really interesting presentation. As I see, I would say that there are great expectations on the benefits that will accrue to Africa and to investors in Africa from the establishment of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. How does the support of the EU play out in relation to this continent-wide challenge?
Well, I hope I'm not muted. Thanks, Vicky. This is exactly what I was just saying. So in the European Union, of course, we know about economic integration. This is something that is our DNA. And we have supported the CFTA so far by negotiation processes, by implementation, by helping regional economic integration and trading. So you can see on the slide that this is not new. I must underline that the CFTA is something very important. It's an African ambition. It's an extremely important notion that this is something that is coming from the continent itself. So they will want to do this. And there is great political support behind this idea. So what we have seen is now the commitment to that. There's also the Secretariat, of course, which is in Accra, in Ghana, where there is a very dynamic team putting things in place and linking to what I said before, the regional economic communities, and linking to their expertise and building also on what they have already done. They don't start from scratch. This is not going to be done tomorrow. We all know that, but there's a long way ahead. But there's also a lot that has already been done. Now, what we are going to do, of course, is to keep looking at trade. For example, the Africa Trade Observatory, which we do with the International Trade Center, to look at sanitary and phytosanitary systems, to look at harmonizing the classification of goods, to look at intellectual property rights. We are today launching, for example, an EU-Africa IPR help desk. This is particular for small and medium-sized enterprises to be aware that intellectual property rights are important. They're just the core of most of their business. They need to be protected, and not all companies know how to do that. So this help desk is very important. Those are the things that we're doing very practically to help. And as I said before, we need to look at this really also politically. This is an African ambition, and we are there to help and to be alongside our African partners in this process, because we very much support the whole notion of more trade within Africa and more trade, of course, with the rest of the world from Africa. And if I may, last point is more upgraded value chains. That is very important. That's a point that I made under the business forum. Thank you, Vicky.
Thank you, Sandra. I don't know if you will be until the end because I know you have some other meetings. So I would like to thank you beforehand for your participation in this interesting presentation. Best of luck. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Moussouris. And Mr. Moussouris, we're looking forward to hear your intervention. The floor is yours.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Kramer, Mr. Spahi. The search for the ways to promote a closer and mutually beneficial collaboration of European and African businesses has been central in the agenda of the Hellenic African Chamber of Commerce. Since its established Council for Africa, EPCAM, and you will hear from Mr. Spahis about this important organization, we are in a position to follow closely the progress in policies, measures and agreements adopted by the European and the African Union, as well as by individual countries and regions in the context of the joint Africa-US strategy. The Africa-EU dialogue, we believe, strengthens the continental integration and hopefully advances the efforts of reaching the Millennium Goals and other priority areas for action, such as on energy, climate change, migration, employment, trade, democratic governance, human rights, peace and security. The Chamber encourages Greek businessmen to turn their attention to the great continent, which is just 200 miles more or less from Crete, south of Crete, and explore opportunities for exports and investment in the countries of Sub-Saharan Africa. We provide information and often advice about the political, social, economic, financial, commercial conditions and prospects in these countries, and even sometimes possible collaborators. The political situation and the state of governance, namely justice, press, human rights, and freedoms in general, should be considered as factors for stability and, inter alia, reduce uncertainty. It is noteworthy that the last 2 decades, democracy has gained ground in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and armed conflicts, although in certain areas endemic, have diminished. Peace and even democratic institutions reign in many parts of the continent. In addition, a positive business climate with stable rules of the game, a fair distribution of benefits between the foreign investor and the state, and the persecution of bureaucracy and corrupt practices are important factors for a successful mobilization of the private sector. Such an environment can facilitate investment activities in the areas of energy, green, and digital transformation, as well as inclusive and sustainable development and job creation. Labor-intensive activities could address to some extent the unemployment of the millions of African youth. And in 2050, the African population will double, reaching 2,400,000,000 people. And in 2100, 50% of the children born in the earth will be born in Africa. So in labor-intensive projects also hopefully will curtail illegal immigration. Regarding green energy, the progress is limited, mostly to Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, and to some activity in few other countries, including a small Greek project in Uganda. On the contrary, the evolution of the digital transformation in Sub-Saharan Africa has been impressive. In the last 2 years, to a large extent due to the COVID pandemic, digital transformation has accelerated, especially in government services and banking. It is expected that large enterprises will offer banking services, and electronic money institutions already are offering limited banking products. In Kenya, for several years now, M-PESA offers payment services using mobile phones and not always smartphones. A member of our board of the Hellenic African Chamber of Commerce, one of the vice presidents active in the field of Africa, believes that it is urgent to invest in human capital more than in equipment in this field, because we face a digital revolution in which the technology will dramatically evolve in the very near future. Africa, the great continent of 1 billion dynamic, resilient, resourceful people, despite the destructive sides of the colonial inheritance, notably the arbitrary borders and the enforced production model, despite the conflicts and the excesses of dictators and the impact of the Cold War, after 60 years of independence, is taking serious steps to eradicate extreme poverty, improve governance, strengthen regional integration, and avoid marginalization. The establishment of institutions around the African Union, NEPAD, the Continental Free Zone, the 5 to 7 or 8% growth of GDP in the continent, and the dialogue with Europe are solid signs of a new, promising era. China, and to a lesser extent India and Turkey, have already taken advantage of these developments, with results that the Africans now see and judge. Now is the time for Europe, including Greece, that has lagged behind. We have delayed. And all those who are not primarily self-seeking, exploiters, or aim at geostrategic gains, it's time to support the African struggle, including the private sector and financially by states, for an all-embracing development. And our conference today, I believe, is a sincere contribution to that effect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moussouris. May I ask you a question? What led you to create the Hellenic African Chamber of Commerce? And please share with us how much satisfied are you with its impact for the last 20 years?
Well, my first encounter with Africa was at my first job, first work I had to do with the United Nations as an economist. When I spent 1 year in Ethiopia and West Africa, preparing a plan of a common market for West Africa of 14 countries, which unfortunately was not agreed upon by the governments, because the presidents of those days, they felt they were gods. I was also involved with African issues, both economic and political. I was director of the Center Against Apartheid during my career in the UN. But what was interesting was when I came to Greece, I was asked to lobby for the election of Greece in the Security Council, and I went to 15 African countries where I encountered a very warm reception by the governments and also by the Greek diaspora. I found many Greeks who were very successful in their jobs in Africa and felt very comfortable with the countries where they lived. And then also discussing with the ambassador of South Africa, they decided to establish Greek African Chamber of Commerce. And those days we had very important, and still we have, Greeks who had been done very well in Africa for many decades in our board. The Chamber, from the beginning, had mobilized top entrepreneurs and introduced, informed, persuaded the Greek business world about the promising prospects of the extroversion and entry in Africa. We had many positive results, but not as many as we had wished. We still try, and the fact that we're members of EPCAM is helping us, because through EPCAM we can pass our concerns of the private sector to the European Commission. Now I am trying to persuade our governmental and business community to collaborate in a synergy, a strategy of exostrophy, as we said in Greek, extroversion, that includes trade, investment, political contacts, and developmental assistance concerning selected sub-Saharan African countries in a serious, because it's a serious matter of also of national interest, which is lacking. It is time to look at Africa more organized and more in a sort of synergy of all the parts of the Greek economy and society. Thank you.
From my experience while traveling in those countries in sub-Saharan Africa, I couldn't agree more with you about all the things you said, the hospitality and how warm these people are. Thank you very much. I will move now to the last panelist, Mr. Spahis. We're looking forward to finding out how Europe is connecting to Africa and how economic collaboration and dialogue are promoted. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Makriani, Mr. Moussouris, Mrs. Kramer. Let me start by saying that I will use some presentation, and in a moment you will start sharing with me on the screen something, hoping the technique allows it. Yes. So, the European Business Council for Africa is a confederation of Hellenic chambers and other similar European organizations, which themselves are non-profit organizations, and we are independent from any sponsoring or influence or financing. We just have our members' support. Now, we are a group of people that are really believing in Africa, and we are not neither naive nor over-optimistic, but we believe that there is very good reasons to look into Africa. The GDP is growing really much faster than any other area of the world, especially since the 80s and the 90s. The population, you heard it already several times, will soon have 1 more billion people that will need food, education, healthcare, entertainment. If we look at the same time what happens to other parts of the world, the American markets are far away, difficult to enter, and relatively saturated already by the existing players. Similarly, the European market and the Asian markets are, on the one hand, very competitive, and on the other hand, saturated with a lot of players, economic players. So the only continent of growth that remains still untapped, if you want, is Africa, and it is the fastest growing one. So there is no doubt there will be growth. But what is of concern to all of us, including our European businesses, is whether it's growth with order or a chaotic growth. Europeans have a long history, and it's a mixed history because it started with colonialism, but nevertheless, Europeans have an intimate knowledge of Africa that others do not have it. The Americans do not have that intimate knowledge. The Chinese do not have it. The Japanese do not have it. The Indians do not have it. The Europeans know Africa. Then look at the languages. If you look at what are the languages used by administration and business in the African continent, in addition to the many, many local languages, it's the European languages. You don't have Chinese or Japanese or Indian as working languages in Africa. You have only the major European languages. Look also from the side of legislation and business traditions. What is it? It's again based on European systems. I come to a crucial point. Why are we talking as business representatives here about development? And the answer is very simple. Whatever the Western countries do in order to help with development assistance, the development of Africa, it will never be enough. Development assistance of the orders used today, it's a small fraction of what it is needed. The only thing you can reach levels of development that everybody aspires or hopes or wishes is to mobilize additional resources. And where do you find these additional resources? You will find them in the enterprise sector, in the private sector, in the private initiatives. So you need private sector to create primary wealth, and this primary wealth will lead to development. Of course, you need the state, because the state will need to raise taxes, will need to offer security, services, etc., and an environment that business can continue to operate and thrive. But the state will not generate itself the growth. The state is a service provider for the economic actors. And the private sector is as good as the public sector to fight poverty, to contribute to development by creating sustainable businesses and sustainable jobs. And finally, what is it development? Is it just simply public bodies sending money to other public bodies, government to government, or European Union to government? It is also an ecosystem where we have the private initiatives creating jobs and growth. So with this in mind, the European Business Council for Africa has been formulating some policy suggestions. And the audience for these policy suggestions is not only people like you, but is also the public authorities that are responsible for policy making. We all agree that we want to attract in Africa more investors and boost the business climate. And on that, we have very specific sub-proposals of what will be boosting the business climate. It includes creating partnerships and sustainable investment. So good investment. Investment is not just for a couple of years to make quick money and go, but it's investment long term. Then it includes debt relief for the developing and debt suspension for the poorest countries. You cannot just pretend that they are indebted and one day they will repay and at the same time they will develop. You need to be brave enough to consider these issues. Then we need new financial instruments that will facilitate and strengthen the private sector investment. Why? Because Africa has risks, probably more risks than other parts of the world, but it has risks. So we're not asking any financial system that will take away the risk completely, but we are asking for financial systems that will reduce the risk for those bold enough and able and willing to go and fight and invest and settle and produce and create wealth. Also, there are certain issues that need clarification concerning the Green Deal. Will the Green Deal be just a business opportunity, or it will be an additional system of rules, conditions, burden to enterprises, etc.? We want the Green Deal to go ahead, absolutely, but we want it to go ahead in a way that will favor also business in Africa. Finally, I'm reaching to the end of our proposals. There are lots of challenges for this free trade area, the Pan-African trade area. And we heard a lot about that, but it can never be said enough. We need really to make a success of it, including the technical barriers to trade, including all the old habits of trade protectionism. And the way we are proposing that this will be implemented in Africa is through strong public and private dialogue. Now, when we are preaching European companies to go to Africa and invest, create jobs, wealth, prosperity, we are aware that they are not alone. You see there are many, many competitors active there. The left-hand side picture is the Chinese presence. It's practically covering everything. In the middle, you see other players in the middle picture. So what is happening there? We are very worried about the level playing field, fair competition on the ground. On the one hand, you have European companies that have to go there and invest, produce wealth, create jobs, and they are bound not only by the local rules of the host country, but they are also bound by European rules, how they will behave towards their workforce, minimum social standards imposed by the European legislation. They are bound about environmental protection also by European legislation, not just by the local national legislation of the country where they are operating. And what happens with others? For example, the Chinese. No constraint whatsoever. They are not bound by anything, provided they can do good business. And why do we single Chinese? Because they are everywhere, but they are not the only ones. Look what Turkey does. Look what India does, Indian companies. Look what Brazilian companies do. They just behave totally unconstrained, which means that I will have to skip that now because we are running short of time. We are in a situation where we are asking the European companies to be brave, go and create wealth, and at the same time we are exposing them to unfair competition, which goes from the financing of the projects to the implementation, to the relation with the local government, etc. Because don't forget that Chinese companies are always with the Chinese embassy at their side. Does this happen with the European companies that go to Africa regularly, systematically? I would say, and time is running out, we firmly believe that Africa is the land of opportunity, is the land of the future. We cannot ignore Africa's demographic problem. And this demographic problem, unless we help the African countries address it with job creation locally, we will have a huge potential of export of migration. And you know how are the audiences in Europe about migration from other countries. Africa is the land for opportunity for Europeans, and it should be so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spakis, for this appealing presentation. I do have a question. Let me, I will try to phrase it in a different way. So how is business competition in Africa affected by non-Western players? And what can the European Union do to help removing these obstacles and barriers for European companies?
Business competition, as I just mentioned, is seriously affected by those non-Western economic players that are very present in Africa. And competition is healthy. We don't want to avoid competition. What we want to avoid is unfair competition. And how do we avoid unfair competition? By proper policies. Now, how are we going to achieve these proper policies? The answer is twofold. You know that Europe is in negotiations with everybody practically else in partnership agreements, even with China, even with Russia, even with Turkey. We have discussions about partnership agreements. It has to become clear to these countries that they have to abide by the international rules as agreed in OECD. They cannot just get a free ride. They cannot just have partnerships with us and at the same time be totally free not to participate in the global community with the strictest rules imposed, like, for example, the OECD Code of Conduct for Businesses. OECD Code of Conduct of Businesses says that the businesses should not bribe, they should not do this, they should treat well their workers, they should not destroy the forest, they should not turn the mines upside down and then they leave the land sinistered. Even they are reaching as far as saying that the companies should respect human rights. Great. We need to start talking to our partners, putting in our agreements with them good conduct and good behavior in third countries, including Africa. And we should also put more pressure on the African countries themselves. It's not reasonable to have the European Parliament, for example, saying to a European company, you respect human rights in Nigeria, and you don't tell the same thing to the Nigerian government. It's the Nigerian government that should impose the rules of respect of human rights. It's not the European Parliament through European companies. Because what happens? You tell European companies you respect human rights in Africa, and what does it mean? You have inspectors verifying from Europe whether human rights in Africa are respected in the European companies. And not only the company itself, but also to all their suppliers. So you impose burdens to the enterprises, even if they do all the good conduct rules to the letter, they have an administrative burden to prove that they are abiding by the rules of OECD. So we need also the African countries to become more responsible in doing what they are preaching. They preach they want human rights, let them do it. Don't make European companies try to be the Trojan horse that will bring good human rights records in any country. We want the fair play for every company on the African continent. And that is to be done through negotiations, political negotiations, and therefore the policy makers, please take note of our suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. We do have a question from the audience. I will ask the question to Mr. Pakis, and if Mr. Mousouris has to add something, he's welcome. So the exploitation of Africa's natural resources indeed puts Africa in a precarious position. How could we balance that with the need to invest in Africa?
It's a question for me?
It's a question for you, from the audience.
From the audience. The answer is already partly given. We have to make, to assist the African countries develop their own governance. It's for them to protect their environment and not only to our companies to protect their environment. It's for them to impose the rules and impose the rules to everybody and not only to the European companies. So the answer is by putting negotiation pressure on the African countries and on the other international non-Western players to abide by the same rules. The catastrophe is already underway. We know very well that there are non-European companies that are chopping tropical forests like mad to export timber to their own land. Guess who? I will not name them again. We had enough of naming them, but we need to upgrade the level of pressure we are putting on the international partners to behave correctly in Africa as well as in the rest of the world, of course.
May I intervene in this matter?
Of course.
Thank you. I did not work only for Africa in the United Nations. I worked for 9 years on the issue of multinational corporations. And in the Center on Transnational Corporations, where I was vice director, and we prepared a code of conduct on transnational corporations, which would have been accepted by all countries, including African countries, including China, including the totality, not just the OECD. The OECD is limited among the members of the OECD. Unfortunately, and this code of conduct had provisions for protection of environment, protection of human rights, protection of consumers, etc., etc., etc. And unfortunately, after 6 years of negotiations, the West, the developed countries, and some developing countries did not let us agree because we had just 3 articles to agree, and that was the end of this effort. This was an effort in 1970, so there is nothing new. In the 70s, the UN was in front of the developments. Unfortunately, the international community was short of that, especially some developed countries and some developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for participating in this panel. Ms. Kramer had to leave, so she sent her regards to both. Mr. Bossou, the moderation is back to you.
So thank you, Mrs. Kramer, who already left the meeting, Mr. Mosurus and Mr. Spachis, for sharing your wealth of knowledge. And thank you also, Vicky Makrikiani. You did a splendid job, so that's why we see you back as moderator within 90 minutes. So see you soon. So now, in a world that is burning because of the climate change, green transformation is a hot topic. Not too hot to handle for our next panel. They will put Africa in the spotlight as the bridge to carbon neutrality. Moderator is Harris Lambropoulos, who is, among many other things, also the president of the Hellenic Development Bank of Investment. Mr. Lambropoulos, the floor is yours. We will take also 3 minutes to have a group picture. So, no? Oh, it was. Not yet.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Haris Lambropoulos. I'm the moderator of this very interesting panel addressing the green transformation, Africa as the bridge to the carbon neutrality. We have 4 very important panelists to address very interesting topics. Dr. Juliette Biao-Kodenukpo, François Gilles, Cécile Limans, and Mr. Christian Fodik, who participates in person. I welcome you all, and I would like to give the floor to Dr. Juliette.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the floor. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on your time zone. It is a great pleasure to be with you today, though it's virtually, to share information about how Africa is transiting slowly to the carbon neutrality. Can someone help me with, okay. So I will just really go quickly because in the interest of the time, just to say that we'll talk about what really motivate this continent to transition to carbon neutral. What are the policies of the current policies for sustainable development? And what are the regional institutions supporting this transition, both on adaptation and on mitigation, and also, of course, the financing transition. Next, please. We all know that Africa contributes the least to the climate change impact, and Africa accounts for only 2 to 3% of the world's carbon dioxide emission from energy and industrial sources. According to World Resources Institute, Africa's per capita emission of carbon dioxide in the year 2000 were 0.8 metric tons per person, compared with the global figure of 3.9 tons per person. Yet Africa is the continent most vulnerable to the impacts of the climate change. Africa is facing a wide range of impacts, including increased drought and floods. It is estimated that climate change will contribute to decreases in food production, floods in coastal zones and deltas, spread of waterborne diseases, and risk of malaria, and changes in natural ecosystem and loss of biodiversity, according to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Next, please. What really motivates jobs and limit millions of people out of poverty? Africa can leapfrog over the damaging energy practices that have brought the world to the brink of catastrophe. Africa stands to gain from developing low carbon energy, and the world stands to gain from Africa avoiding the high carbon pathway, followed by today's rich world and emerging market. By replicating the sustainable practices to other sectors, for example, sustainable transport, sustainable building and construction, food system, etc., Africa avoid the high carbon pathway while providing its growing youthful population and creating the much needed jobs. Next, please. So what are the policies for sustainable development? African countries are actively pursuing win-win policies that can minimize greenhouse emissions while tackling urban pollution and introducing solar energy and the innovative, cost-effective technologies. 690 megawatts of installed geothermal capacity in Kenya, 260 megawatt wind farm in Egypt, 510 megawatt solar power plants in Morocco, 4,330 megawatts of installed hydropower in Ethiopia, etc. In addition, UN agencies have embarked on wide array of projects throughout the continent to reduce greenhouse gas emission, such as alternative fuels, sustainable transport systems, sustainable buildings and construction, as well as uptake of sustainable consumption and production practices. Next, please. So we can see some notable, I can share some notable example, such as in Ethiopia, we have climate resilient green economy strategy. In Ghana, we have a strategy toward neutrality by 2050 for aquacity. In Kenya, we have national climate change response strategy. In Rwanda, we have green growth and climate resilience. In South Africa, we have national climate change adaptation and mitigation strategy. In Uganda, we have green growth development strategy. And most recently in Malawi, UNEP has supported the government toward a national green growth strategy. Next. So it is, those policies cannot be really implemented if there's no institutions. And we have here mainly regional institutions supporting this transition. We have African government which work through several regional and global institutions to strengthen their response to climate change. They coordinate the regional position and national policies and climate change through the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment. This is a council of the ministers of the environment in the 54 countries, and the secretariat is provided by UNEP Africa Office, which is here. Another important regional forum is the new Partnerships for Africa's Development, NEPAD, which promotes projects and action plans relevant to climate change. We have recently adopted African Green Stimulus Program, which is hosted by NEPAD. This is an innovative African-led initiative to support the continent's recovery response in a sustainable manner to the devastating socio-economic and environmental impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and to support the continent's long-term sustainable development objectives. Next, please. So I mentioned the institution, African Union, those that are a major driving force for carbon neutrality are African Union Commission, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, African Development Bank, and UNEP Africa Office, which I'm leading, and UNEP Regional Center, a Service Center. So the African Union Commission with Africa 2060 agenda, and also the African Development Bank with the African Carbon Support Program for promoting low carbon development in Africa. UNEP Africa Office through its climate neutrality network. UNEP has developed a case for climate neutrality case studies on moving toward a low carbon economy since February 2008. And the UNDP Regional Service Center has also developed the NDC support program, works with countries to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and meet the challenges of climate change. And lastly, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa developed a collective continental climate change strategy to guide Africa's intervention in reducing greenhouse emission, build resilience, boost adaptation, and enhance mitigation measures to contain adverse climate change impact. Next, please. So on the adaptation side, the following measures are being undertaken. Africa has to prioritize the protection and management of existing natural carbon sinks, such as forests, grasslands, oceans, and coastal wetland system, etc. We also have the nature-based solution, draw on the system of the natural world is wrought by climate change, and the benefits can be huge. For example, protecting forests and mangrove alone could prevent $500 billion US in yearly climate-related losses. Some examples also include building the Great Green Wall, creating natural seawalls in the Seychelles, restoring mountain slopes in Comoros, among others. Next, please. In terms of climate change mitigation measures, also in addition to the nature-based solution communities, Africa is also promoting sustainable development and creating jobs by embracing sustainable consumption and production practices and patterns. Example, the EU funded the Switch Africa Green Program implemented through UNEP Africa Office work with the private sector to support the uptake of sustainable consumption and production practices. We can give concrete examples on our achievement so far. We have a total of 16,404 jobs created. We've recorded monetary gains arising from implementing sustainable consumption and production practices. And we have the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises adopting the RRR, which is reduce, reuse, and recycle intervention. And 30,000 tons of waste were diverted from landfill toward recycle initiative. Next, please. In the years to come, preparing for the impact of climate change, African nations will also have to prioritize. And the main lessons we've learned from Africa Green Program, including emphasizing the need for an enable environment that encompasses a supportive regulatory work, access to finance, market access, capacity development, behavioral and attitude change, and the need to build synergy through partnerships between government, civil society, the private sector, and development partners. Next, please. So, despite all these good wills, finance is really fundamental. And African countries are really keen to embrace and enhance their adaptation and mitigation measures. Various green financing mechanisms are being sorted to support countries and communities to implement various adaptation and mitigation measures. However, the gap is still wide. Without the much needed finance, this will not become a reality. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Juliette, for your thorough presentation and the points raised. I would like now to call Francois Gilles from European Investment Bank.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen. Which I hope you can see. Can you see my screen?
Now we can see. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. So very quickly, I'm sure many of you, most of you are familiar with the European Investment Bank, where the bank of the EU member states. We're a policy-driven institution. You can see our 4 main policy priorities. And we have also an aspiration to be recognized as the EU Climate Bank, and in fact we have at the end of last year approved what we call a Climate Bank roadmap, which sets out 3, at a high level, 3 overarching objectives to mobilize by 2030 $1 trillion of investments in support of climate action and environmental sustainability. To have by the year 2025 at least half of our activity already with a positive impact toward climate action and environmental sustainability, and to have already as of today, as of the end of last year, all of our new financing activities fully aligned with the principles of the Paris Agreement. So I think that's a point of context. And when speaking about hydrogen, this is an important point, because obviously hydrogen and its potential for decarbonization fits well within these objectives. And in fact, we have also updated what we call our energy lending policy, which explicitly features hydrogen. So bottom line, we are fully recognizing the potential and actually working actively. And in the part of the organization that I belong to, we are working actively to developing a pipeline and identifying relevant projects for in the hydrogen sector. Now, just a word about how we work. Essentially, the EIB and to more broadly the EIB group, we provide basically equity, debt, and advisory solutions. So as a lender, so from a debt financing standpoint, so this is where ourselves at the European Investment Bank we come in, and we come in various ways. We come in either directly through loans to individual beneficiaries, and they can be public sector beneficiaries, they can be private sector, they can be project structures as well, so project finance loans, or they can be indirect. And in the case of indirect financing, we typically work with financial intermediaries, basically banks, to finance certain portfolios based on certain criteria and policy or lending objectives. And then we also have, together with we also have more equity-like instruments, what we call thematic instruments. So basically, instruments that have a high risk absorption capacity, typically that we can deploy in support of certain policies, certain sectors, certain policy objectives, and that's typically the case in hydrogen. We have a couple of tools to support innovative hydrogen projects, be they with an energy dimension or be they with a hydrogen with a mobility dimension. So we can deploy such tools to support hydrogen projects. So that's an overall picture. Now we also provide advisory solutions, and this is the part of the organization that I come from. And just to give you a sense of and also here I'm trying to give you a perspective of what we do in advisory with a hydrogen perspective. So in advisory, we basically are a point of entry for projects in the EIB ecosystem, and we provide advice, we provide support in various ways. It could be light form guidance to help projects position themselves for EIB financing, or it could be much more hands-on, much more extensive technical assistance to promoters to help them actually make their project more mature, answer some fundamental questions about how their project should develop, etc. So that's one thing we do. We have some examples of promoters we support. And we also work closely with the European Commission on certain access to finance issues. And in the case of hydrogen, we have actually conducted an extensive consultation of the hydrogen sector, investors and industrial players active in this space, to inform basically about what the market is thinking, what is constraining investment, and what might be done about it. So this is something that basically informs our perspective on hydrogen and perhaps some of the considerations you would want to take out from today's discussion. Now, talking about hydrogen, perhaps a quick word that one way to look at things is there's been a lot of we're aware that there's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of things changing. The falling cost of renewables, a lot of political momentum. Obviously, a growing recognition about the importance to decarbon or to reduce carbon emissions. And based on one source, in Europe at least, about 23 gigawatts of projects have been announced, of hydrogen projects. But the diagnostic as of today is that only a very small portion of these have actually reached financial close. So basically, the trend is there's a clear trend. There's a lot of momentum, but actual financing is still pending in the vast majority of cases due to some constraints. And this is what we have spent time with the market, with market players, trying to understand why that is. And I think it's important or it's relevant perhaps to share some of these observations. And I think because I think these are true in Europe, but these are true in anywhere where one might be considering developing hydrogen projects. And I think one of the transversally across all types of projects, the question that comes out most often is the question of economic viability of hydrogen projects. So basically, how costly producing or using hydrogen or transporting hydrogen is versus alternatives. So that is probably number one across the consultation and across the feedback we receive. And obviously that also has to do with some physical properties, physical aspects, the efficiency of producing or converting, compressing, etc. But that's not the only thing. There's also the question, obviously, hydrogen makes sense if eventually it makes sense from a carbon emission standpoint. So the question of producing hydrogen potentially with renewables and the availability of renewable energy is another critical question. It's already a critical question in Europe. I take it's also a critical question in Africa. The question of availability of equipment, the question of standards is also key. Today, there's high ambitions to produce a lot of hydrogen, but the equipment to produce that hydrogen is not always available. So that's also a bottleneck. The question of transport is critical, whether because it can be very costly if you have to convert hydrogen into, let's say, ammonia or LOHC or other or to liquefy it, and then convert it back to its original form. That's very costly. And then if you're considering transport through pipelines, that can be cheaper, but that obviously requires huge investments upfront, and also investments that can only be justified when there is a very strong clarity on large amounts of large volumes of hydrogen that would need to be transported. And then on the application side, you obviously that's probably one of the good things you have, and probably also one of the opportunities in Africa is that you have existing use cases for hydrogen, for refining and for production of ammonia primarily. So that's potentially a good thing. But from the standpoint of creating a market. But then when you're talking about the much bigger bigger use cases, those still remain to be proven from a commercial standpoint, certainly, and in some cases from a technical standpoint. You think about direct reduction of iron ore, think about use of hydrogen in mobility, or in the cement industry, for example. So all these challenges basically combined together make it so that so far things are still quite challenging for hydrogen development. So that's a bit our observation as of today. Now, what might help make things move forward? I go very quickly on this, but I think on the one hand, things around making markets or economic and regulatory conditions more favorable, that would certainly be likely to help. Public support to an extent is likely to be needed in a transition period to help bridge that cost, that economic gap. And of course, the regulatory aspects are critical. For example, in questions about how much renewable energy is needed to be added on top of existing, whether on grid or off grid hydrogen needs to be considered, things like that. The type of hydrogen, green, blue, that would be eligible for public support, etc. And then from a financing standpoint, there are also things, beyond these economic and regulatory parameters, there are also aspects and risks that will need to be covered, like offtake risk, counterparty risk, technology and operational risks that warrant, in our view, a degree of risk sharing from public sources to help basically mobilize private capital and private financing, hopefully at a very low cost, to help the development of these projects. Anyway, so I wanted to share some of these observations about the challenges that we see. At the same time, taking a step back and looking at sort of the context of today's discussion, I think perhaps it's also interesting to perhaps share a few thoughts looking forward, looking to the future. I think one of the observations is about the importance of renewable energy, and we see that in Europe. With the fact, we see some of the more ambitious and some of the larger scale hydrogen projects developing in Europe, actually positioning themselves in very specific locations where there's an alignment of stars, if you like, where there's an alignment between basically the proximity to very strong renewable energy sources, as well as proximity to industrial usage clusters. So, and these are, as of today, there's not an infinite number of these sort of clusters. This is basically going to show the importance of having having access to renewable energy for unlocking basically green hydrogen business cases in the short term. And this may be an opportunity outside of Europe, anywhere where basically you would have an alignment of basically plentiful renewable energy sources or optimal solar conditions, for example. This provides an opportunity to create potentially a green hydrogen business case. And then obviously that from going from there, you have the question of the opportunity to decarbonize existing industrial activities, be they refining or ammonia related, which obviously could make sense from the standpoint of creating green versions of these or greener versions of these products. and then the opportunity over time to develop new industrial clusters. If you have optimal renewable energy conditions, perhaps in the future, industry will want to be closer to such renewable energy sources in a way that's advantageous to those particular locations. Anyway, so these were some of the thoughts I wanted to share. I wanted to share a bit about what the EIB offers in terms of financing, what we have done on the advisory side, some of the challenges we see in the hydrogen space, and then some thoughts on opportunities and considerations for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francois. It is indeed very crucial, the financial and financing aspect for the green transformation, and especially for hydrogen projects. I would like now to call Cecile Liemans from the European Commission, the General Directorate of Energy, to address our conference.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me with you today. So I work for the Directorate of Energy in the European Commission, and in particular, I follow all diplomatic and cooperation relation in the field of energy with the African continent. So I'm very happy to talk to you. And before I give you more insight about this, how this cooperation with Africa is taking place and how this is putting Africa on the, let's say, on the path on an energy transition or a clean energy development, I want to give you a few inputs on how we do it in the EU. First of all, you might be aware that we have a new commission, and that started last year, and with it a new direction of action and very strong priorities. Namely the European Green Deal, which is our growth strategy to become the first climate neutral continent, but also the ambition of becoming a more digital continent and to be more visible and prominent in the world. And in these three priorities, energy is really a very important topic, and I will detail a little bit more why. Why can I not change the slide? Voilà. So what is the energy policy of the EU? For us, as I said, it's central to the European Green Deal. To make Europe the first climate neutral continent, we will have to ensure that energy is maximizing the use of renewable sources, and that we try to also avoid wastages as much as possible. So energy efficiency is clearly our motto number one. We chase any wastage in all the sectors, in buildings, at homes, in homes, and so on. But while we do that, it is also very important for us that we keep the power on. Clean, secure, affordable, and reliable energy remains our first priority. And in no way we can imagine that we can do a transition if people have to suffer from lack of access to energy. And why I mentioned that the European Green Deal was a growth strategy and not just a climate strategy is that we also feel that by going green, by developing our renewable potential, we will also not only gain from it, but also recover from the pandemic crisis that we have experienced, or that we are still experiencing, and that is slowing down our growth, because we believe the green transition comes with a lot of jobs and new companies who are able to provide jobs that are needed for the recovery. I have a bit of a slow change of slide. Okay. Oops, voila. So this is our climate target. We aim, and we have taken a very strong commitment to have a reduction of our emission of 55% by 2030. So we compare this with our baseline of 1990. And what I wanted to show you on this slide is that since then, our GDP has continued to grow while we are making progress on our targets. So in the EU, it is very much visible today already that it's possible to decouple emissions from a GDP growth. Oops. And how we do it in order to achieve the 55% reduction. As I said, we look at energy efficiency. We are still very much concerned by energy security. So all the work we do on making the EU energy union work, meaning interconnecting our grids, agreeing on the way electricity is traded among member states is at the heart also of our transition, because we've realized that it's a great potential to integrate renewable energy. We also invest a lot in renovating our buildings because they waste a lot of energy, so energy efficiency again. But also the aspects of energy poverty. In many European countries, we need to reduce people's electricity bill and heating bills. So as you see, energy transition also means looking at ensuring nobody stays behind in it. That's also a very important value for us. We put a lot of emphasis on on renewables. We are at the forefront of research, innovation, being competitive in those technologies so that we can make the most of it for ourselves and also in our trade with partner countries. And last, energy is not only for electricity production or for primary energy consumption, but we also look at how industry or the food system can become energy savvy and incorporate more renewables in their processes. So as I said, the key aspects is the recovery. So having the climate targets and using those targets to give us a direction to ensure that we achieve our objective of being carbon neutral while leaving no one behind and ensuring that people get jobs. Also, the competitiveness of our continent. We want to be and remain leader in the decarbonization and leader in clean technologies, and addressing energy poverty, as I mentioned. So what is keeping us busy currently? You might have followed that in 2020, we developed a number of communication. Obviously, the hydrogen strategy has been attracting quite a lot of attention here. I will not say too much, but it's definitely part of the decarbonization path that the EU will need, in particular for those hard to electrify sectors. Like the colleague from the EIB mentioned, hydrogen is also interesting for the application it has for the industry. We announced also a strategy on system integration, so integrating electricity and fuels through the potential of technology like hydrogen. The renovation wave, as I said. But this year we also announced the methane strategy. This is an action where we want to focus on reducing our methane emissions. And in the oil and gas sector, because it's a particularly potent climate gas, it's important that our oil and gas supplies become cleaner, and that a wastage can be avoided at the production site, so in partner countries, because we import most of what we consume, but also in the transmission and on the distribution of our gas that is used in people's home to heat or for the industry to run. An important one at COP26 on 2nd of November, we will probably announce the global methane pledge, and there will be some development there. So we are looking forward to that. Offshore renewable is also very much a priority for us. We had a strategy launched where we will see the growth in this renewable source really be massive, so that we can make the most of the wind we have in the Northern Sea. And obviously, as I indicated, our grid and on the management of the grid in particular is crucial to allow for more and more penetration of renewable. And our directives that have been working in the past need to be revised, and here we revise what we call the Trans-European Network for Electricity Regulation, a brutal acronym, but an important document. Also, under the European Green Deal package, and some of you might have heard of the Fit for 55 announcement that have been made in the European Commission, energy is also very much present, and currently my colleagues are working on new renewable energy directive, new energy and efficiency directive, the methane emission approach in the energy sector, the energy performance of building directives, and then a new energy package for gas, because here as well we see changes, and our directives need to be adapted. So as you can see, we are very busy working on Europeans' green energy transition, and it's really a priority. So I understand in the previous panel you had a discussion on cooperation, international cooperation and development aid, and indeed that's an important aspect of the international international outreach of the EU when it comes to energy policy, and because it's also a priority for the Commission. We want to become more visible, speak more in one voice, and influence other countries to opt for similar type of transition models, because it's good for the planet, but it's also good for our economy, and there's a story we can tell. So this is what is now guiding our relation with Africa on energy. And first, before I start explaining what we do, I wanted to just have one slide about the energy situation in Africa and how the International Energy Agency is looking at it and planning it by 2040. What is interesting is that they consider that while we have a relatively important energy access gap with 570 million people without access to electricity, this would only represent 10% of increase in electricity demand. However, the electricity demand is going to more than double in their projection by 2040. And this increase will be coming actually essentially from the industry of Africa, in the middle class, the cities. People will be having means to buy more and more air conditioning, fridges, stoves, and this needs a lot of power to run. So just to keep in mind that achieving energy access is not going to represent the increase in the electricity demand for the continent. An interesting fact also is the fact that today in Africa, when there's investments in energy, it's actually already very much so in the renewable sector, especially when it's for the benefit of the African countries and not for exports. 3/4 of these investments are actually renewables. But what is striking is that only 4% of these investments globally are actually happening in Africa, while it hosts a fifth of the world's population, and increasingly so. And what we also know, and this is very clear from if you read the International Renewable Energy Agency's reports, is that renewable energy create jobs. They are more gender balanced, and they are more local than fossil fuel jobs. So to finish on that, what IEA suggests is that by taking the right policy, we could expect to multiply the economy by 4, while only increase the demand for primary energy by 50%. And 60% of electricity could be renewable by 2040 by taking the right policy. So based on this, and the fact that already in 2019, we were questioning a little bit our development aid in Africa in the energy sector. Just to give you an idea, is we are spending 3 billion, we spent 3 billion euro from the previous European budget on energy in Africa, financing capacity building, but also projects, grids, and generation. But it's far from being enough. I think IRENA is projecting 70 billion investment needs to achieve the energy access challenge. So we were reflecting on how to do it better. We heard a lot of people complaining that our aid was fractioned, not visible, complicated to access, not really solving the problem that investors are facing in countries. And we felt that we had to rethink a little bit our cooperation there. So we have, in March 2020, with the new commission, there was an intention to revive the Africa Partnership. And one of the partnership that was flagged was the Green Transition and Energy Access Partnership. And in this partnership, we want to develop an Africa EU Green Energy Initiative. So this initiative, and I take here the European Green Deal as a slide, is actually interesting because it actually wants to use the experience of the European Green Deal in our relation on cooperation on energy with Africa, supplying clean and affordable energy, mobilizing the industry, financing the transition, leaving no one behind, or being a leader in energy transformation in Africa is part of what this Green Energy Initiative will be doing. It's a very simple approach. It's actually having very clear objectives, renewable electricity first, as a primary investment place, ensuring energy access, but also energy security. Today, if you are connected to the grid in Africa, in many parts of the continent, you are facing blackouts. You can't run a business because you have problems in energy security. And the third aspect, which had been a bit neglected so far in our relation with Africa, is to look at energy efficiency so that this increasing demand for energy can be curbed and can be flattened so that there is no wastage. What we will do, it's actually the same as what we were doing in the past. It's just that we want to do it in a more comprehensive and integrated way. I think this was a very clear message from the private sector, the European investors who are going to Africa and invest, is that the work we do on policy dialogue, on technical assistance for sector reforms, needs to talk to the investments. The financing tools that we have, developing projects, also need to be reflecting on what reforms are needed so that these investments can take place fast, without too much bureaucratic burden and so on. So this will talk to each other, and hopefully we will then allow for projects to roll out faster, and really address challenges that investors are facing in every country. So I'm reaching the end of my presentation, but just a few words about what it will be doing. I think reducing the fragmentation of our aid is one, covering the entire project cycle, as I said, and working as a team, Team Europe, with member states, with development banks from different member states, with the industry, with the European technology leaders, so that we really work together in delivering this green energy initiative. It will be embedded in our economic diplomacy. So the dialogue with the private sector will be very important in rolling this initiative out, so that we can really support the private sector investments, because aid won't be enough. It has to, most of the investment has to come from the private sector. So mobilizing financing and de-risking tools for investment is then the final outcome of this green energy initiative. And obviously Africa is a big continent. This approach will be tailored to the local context and to the specific needs of each country. Voila, I'm reaching the end of my presentation. And I'm happy to take any question if you have any.
Thank you very much, Cécile, for the comprehensive presentation of the initiatives concerning the Green Deal of the Commission. I would like now to give the floor to the gentleman sitting next to me, Mr. Christian Fodik, to address the conference.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to stand up with the cameraman here. I think maybe I can do that, because after this long session right now, maybe I shouldn't go too close here. But yeah, we've heard a lot about now the energy, the hydrogen came. Thank you everybody, Cécile, Juliette and François, for already mentioning some of the topic.
And I just want to already react a little bit and add a little thing. I liked very much that Cecile said, well, it's decoupled the GDP and right now going towards sustainability and having the targets in mind. However, I would even put it further in future. If you don't do that in a sustainable way, you don't have growth anymore. So it's the other way around. So far we always thought, oh, only the fossil way makes the growth. It's already going into this direction. Also what Francois said was very interesting, saying that, look, everything is lined up, big projects, but they're not really happening. Well, the reality is, in fact, we have a huge need of these projects, and they have a kind of a long term of implementation. So there is a lot of projects running right now, and they are kind of need to be started now to be realized then on the midterm. Midterm is 5 years plus, but we're talking now on the 2030 targets. So this is the next thing really to think about. This is happening already now, a huge pipeline of hydrogen project in development, and I think they need to start small and to come up. And there's another thing. Hydrogen faces the cost competition. They say, okay, green hydrogen is too expensive. Right now with the current CO2 prices and with the current electricity prices, the current natural gas prices, suddenly you can already read that some say the alternative to renewable hydrogen, which is mainly the gray hydrogen, is already more expensive than in certain places do the renewable hydrogen. So it changes suddenly already the perspective. When does it become cost competitive? Well, we've heard about the Fit for 55 targets, and I just want to make kind of the highlight, the 2 points of the big package. Right now it's several hundred of pages, and is right now on the European Commission. I've been on the call this morning also to give our inputs for this call. And it's a massive doubling of renewables by 2030 and more. And already we face a situation that in Europe we don't see how to do it really. And on top of that, and I'll show you, the hydrogen is kind of an additional part. We don't know right now, because it needs to be additional renewables, how we have this electricity available in Europe, and that makes the bridge. The targets in Europe, the activities we do in Europe, what do they have to do exactly with Africa? Well, we are aware with space limitations, with the resources we have, the solar, which is not as nice as in Africa, we have a big opportunity to solve this issue, to work closer together with Africa. And in fact, in the strategy of Germany, they put down right away 9 billion euro for hydrogen development. And out of the 9, 2 were for import to Germany from other countries, other continents, from Africa mainly. So they see the need to develop this opportunity. Well, as said, the Green Deal comes into operation, Fit for 55, all the measures, and it's a big, big package, and there is a lot of organizations right now working with the European Commission. Ourselves as Smart Energy, we are very much involved actually with almost all associations and groups working. Myself, I'm the vice chair of the Solar Power Europe hydrogen activities. And right now, I really must say, it's such a dynamic thing how to define exactly where hydrogen is a useful thing, how to implement it, what targets are there, and maybe a word about hydrogen. On the one hand side, it's an energy carrier. On the other hand, is a molecule. So with that, you have a big bunch of opportunities where you can use best hydrogen, where you couldn't go for electrification. So it gives a lot of chances, but it's a very diversified. I talk also about aviation. I talk about fuels, synthetic fuels, which are done through hydrogen. So this is an answer to, oh, wow, the industry cannot change so fast. We need the infrastructure. We could do even faster sustainable fuels, so-called refundable, renewable fuels of non-biologic origin. You produce hydrogen, you take CO2 from the air, and with that you can mix it up, obviously in a chemical, technical process, and make a synthetic fuel, which is then kerosene, diesel. The CO2 emissions which are there were captured before, so it's neutral. You use the same car, you use the same airplane. For long-haul flights right now, there is no other solution. I'm talking also on the ICAO conference, the International Aviation Conference. And for the long haul, this is right now the only solution. Short-term, battery, mid-term, maybe also directly hydrogen, but others. If we talk about The big shipping, we have heard about ammonia. So it's also generated by hydrogen. You wouldn't think immediately with ammonia on renewable hydrogen. And it goes on, methanol and other. So with hydrogen, a lot of things to do. We've seen how this goes up in this slide here, the renewables coming up, and also really saying about this efficient multi-country, interdisciplinary approach. Right now it's like, it's an ecosystem. Each H2 project needs to have, from the generation side to where you use it, how do you finance it, how you develop it, a closed ecosystem to work. And right now that's why on European level, there's an important project of common European interest, an activity by Europe where all these projects tries to match together right now. Hundreds of projects ourselves, we have 6 such projects. Well, and the missing gap, and there's only just a view, after all the efficiency, after all the electrification, hydrogen can bridge exactly the gap to full decarbonization, among also some other measures. But this is always, how can I say, the discussion. Hydrogen is, when you produce it from electricity, quite energy intensive. Then you use a fuel cell to do electricity again. And then people will tell you it's not very efficient, which is true. When you can go and do direct electrification and run the car on a short distance, that's the better solution. So if you start this argument, I don't fight for hydrogen. However, with hydrogen, you have suddenly the chance to bridge other topics which are long-term storage, salt caverns which are available. Suddenly the sun, which is in summer, you can transport into the winter through salt caverns, or you can do the long-distance trucks and trains where there is no electrification. So big opportunities. Bridging again to Africa, the transport of electricity. We remember the first Desertec project, which tried to transport electricity from Africa by many different obstacles. One was obviously also the challenge on being cost-efficient transport of electricity on thousands of kilometers. Now, the interesting on this chart here is on the left, it's hard to see obviously, but there is different means on how to transport hydrogen, transform it, do it liquefied and others. But if you have a pipeline, and many of the pipelines which are there have an opportunity to be upgraded, it will cost money. Some need to be completely replaced, but big parts can be used, and some specific parts need to be adjusted. But then the cost to transport over 1,000 kilometers, even in this case, from really Africa to northern Europe, is like kind of 10, 20 cents per kilo of hydrogen to transport the whole way. Now the production cost anyway is already 2, 3, 4, depending where you do it, euro. So in terms of transport, it's in a level which is absolutely possible to transport. And transport the electricity as an energy is more than double or triple or 4 times more expensive. This is something which, once the infrastructure is there, suddenly allows a big volume from Africa to be transported to Europe. So this is a big opportunity for projects in Africa to come. And just to say, also Hydrogen Europe, we are also a member there, 40 gigawatts until 2030 of electrolyzer are planned. However, the other 40 gigawatts are assumed to be outside of Europe because of these needs. Just a few words about smart energy. We are a Swiss-based private investment company developing renewable assets, PV, wind, and hydrogen projects since 2 years very intensively. And I like very much a word by Franz Timmermans, who said, in fact, investing now into these activities, into hydrogen, into the Green Deal, is borrowing the money actually from future generations, because they have to pay the price if we don't invest it now. So it's a very good moment to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christian. Despite the fact that we have run out of time, I would like to address a quick question to one or two from the panel. For example, to Dr. Juliette maybe. And also not to forget that after concluding our panel, please stay connected so we can have the opportunity to get a family photo as a nice memory of this conference. So if I may ask Dr. Juliette, what efforts have Africa put in place to move towards carbon neutrality? Yes? Did you hear me? We cannot hear you. Still, we cannot hear you. Maybe you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. So what I'm saying, I said through my presentation, I indicated clearly what are the steps the countries are taking to transition to low carbon neutrality. And I gave specific example of each country with regard to adaptation and mitigation. What I will say here is that, these initiatives were there before COVID-19. And the COVID-19 now has really shown us our fragility in many sectors, including energy sector. And that's why the ministers of environment of the 54 countries recently adopted the African Green Stimulus Program. I think this is also another opportunity. And our long-standing partnership with Europe is also should, and I hear Cecile very well, that the policy dialogue should move toward investment now. I think UNEP is going to have this policy dialogue this year again with the European Union Commission. I think what will be critical is to align the EU Green Deal with the African Green Stimulus Program. I heard Cecile saying that there were some kind of criticism that what Europe is doing, it doesn't always meet the needs of the African countries. I think this is a great opportunity for EU to align the Green Deal to the African Green Stimulus Program to do what I will call EU-Africa Green Deal. The last thing I want to say is that we always refer to GDP when we talk about those investments. But today we realize that the GDP is only based on economic variables. And it is time now to really incorporate what was missing in the calculation of the GDP, which is the environmental dimension. So I will really encourage us to start looking at a green GDP. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Juliette. I think we should not take more time. We are ahead of schedule. I think that the question and the answer from Dr. Juliette left a lot of issues to be part of another conference. So I would like to thank you all for participating in this panel. Let's stay connected and take the photo, the family photo. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry that, thank you so much. Sorry that we did not have more time to this very important panel to receive more questions from the audience. Well, Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, thank you. So now it's time to take an even bigger family picture. So the picture will be taken at the swimming pool. So I suggest that people taller than 1.75 m stand in the water. Oh, taking it here, damn. Okay, and then we have a short coffee break for half an hour. We should be back here at 3:30. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. It's the final chapters of this day program. I would like to re-welcome Vicky Makrigiani. She's done a splendid job the last time, so that's why she's back on the floor. Vicky, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Bosu. It's a difficult name. It's a typical Greek difficult name. So good day to everyone. For the people who have joined us lately, my name is Vicky Makrigiani. I represent SEV, the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, and I will be the moderator of this panel entitled The Digital Transformation. Let me welcome Mr. Septi Boukoula. He is the founder and director of CISA Network, a national collaborative network dedicated to enhancing domestic and international competitiveness and market access for South Africa's tourism SMEs. Mr. Boukoula is also the acting chair of the Tourism Growth and Transportation Committee of the Tourism Business Council of South Africa and a member of the TCI Network Board of Directors. Mr. Stefano D'Empoli, he is the president and principal policy analyst at the Institute for Competitiveness, a leading Italian think tank dealing with digital, energy, and healthcare issues. He also teaches economics at Roma Tre University and has published several essays and articles on digital issues. Last but not least, Mr. Lars Forsberg, who has a long career in the European Commission. As of 2015, Mr. Forsberg is the deputy head of the International Communication Unit of the Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology. As such, he has been active in the Commission's efforts partnering with Africa to develop a human-centric approach to the African digital transformation of economy and society. Thank you all for being with us today. I will immediately give the floor to Mr. Boukoula, who will make an intervention on digitalization in Africa. Thank you, Mr. Boukoula. The floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm having a problem with a lag in communication. So I don't know if I can get some technical assistance with that. There's a voice speaking over me.
We can hear you very clearly, though.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hearing two voices. So
we only hear you with one voice, if it helps.
Okay.
Would you?
Please, Makrigiani.
For that small technical glitch. Yes, thank you for inviting me to be part of this session. I represent a network of tourism SMEs in South Africa, so I'm just going to talk. I'm not going to give a PowerPoint presentation. My hope is that I will keep my intervention brief so that at the end we can have some meaningful engagement. That's what I'm hoping for. I've been part of the conference since the morning, and it's been quite beneficial. So maybe I could start by giving a brief background about myself and my role in the South African context. I'm a professional specialist in SME development, mainly working in the area of policies, legislation, and government programs. And I've been doing this upwards of 2.5 decades now, working very closely with the South African government and other governments on the continent, and indeed some development cooperation partners as well. And I'll talk about that in a short while. As we all know, SME development is a key policy area for governments, certainly in Africa, but also in other parts of the globe. And within the African continent, actually, I think the focus is increasing, especially within the context of the African continental free trade area. There's a very big focus on SME development within that context as well. But also, as I've said, it's a key focus area for several EU-Africa cooperation programs, and I have been privileged to work with some EU-South Africa cooperation programs that have focused on SME development. So given that crucial policy and programmatic importance of SME, I thought it might add something to this conference if I focus my talk this afternoon on the digitalization of SMEs and the importance thereof. And really the starting point as I build to my digitalization theme is a recognition that market access is a critical success factor for SMEs. There are several critical success factors. I would even go as far as arguing that market access is the number one success factor for SMEs. We could do all other things in support of SMEs, in support of capacity building for SMEs, but if we don't at the same time create market access for them, our programs tend to be less successful. So market access is crucial for SME success and growth. And within that, digitalization is a central tool in order to give SMEs market visibility, market access, and to drive their competitiveness, both in the domestic scene and in the international scene. Digitalization has been important in the past, but I think with COVID-19 has actually laid this truth bare. COVID-19 has really shown the weaknesses of our previous approaches to SME development and underline the importance of digitalization as an enablement, not as an end in itself, but as a means to an end. And the end in mind, as I've said, is market access. This is nothing new. This focus on digitalization for SMEs is nothing new. The likes of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, the World Economic Forum, and more increasingly now, even private sector companies like Vodacom Business, Visa in the tourism space, and many others are underlining the importance of digitalization to the success, the resilience, first of all, in the current context, and the success of SMEs. In fact, some of the studies that have come out have shown clearly that SMEs that have embraced digitalization have been better able to weather the COVID-19 storm compared to SMEs that have not embraced digitalization. So it's a crucial success factor. Yet at the same time, we realize both historically and currently that digitalization of SMEs has been a neglected policy and programmatic area by many governments, certainly on our continent. I can't speak for the rest of the world, and I can speak certainly for the South African context, that in all the interventions that we've put in place in order to develop and promote SMEs, there has been a glaring neglect of the digitalization of SMEs as an enabler, as a critical enabler for the success of SMEs. And this, by the way, applies also to some of, as I said earlier, of the development cooperation programs. I've been privileged over the many years that I've worked in the SME development space to work on some of the internationally supported development programs. For instance, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I was part of a major program here, EU-funded program, trade and development program for SMEs. It was a fantastic program. I recall going back, way back then, that we were not talking digitalization at all. We were not talking technology enablement or any of these things. And currently, in fact, over the past, 3-4 years here in South Africa, one of the largest SME development programs is a program funded by the European Union. It's called the Ecosystem Development for Small Enterprise about 52 million euro, probably South Africa's largest program in cooperation, SME development program in cooperation with the EU. In that program, there's a glaring lack of focus still on digitalization as a tool to enable SMEs to enhance their competitiveness and their market access capabilities. So we have seen what COVID-19 has shown us, and I just want to focus for a moment on tourism, because I think this is where the impact, the effect of COVID-19 has been most strongly felt, not only in South Africa, but across the globe. And I think everyone who's involved in development space will acknowledge that the travel and tourism, hospitality, that industry has really borne the brunt of COVID-19. And it's shown that without market access, when borders close, as has been the case with COVID-19, when international borders close, and therefore international market access is cut out, it's shown that we immediately face the problem of resilience, particularly of SMEs. What happened here in South Africa, for instance, in the immediate aftermath of the introduction of the first lockdown in about March 2020, if I recall well, a whole lot of small businesses immediately fell into major financial difficulty. And it just shows, and the reason they fell into major financial difficulty was because the market had been cut out, borders had been closed, tourists were not coming into the country, and because South African tourism is built so much on the international market rather than the domestic market. When that market was cut out, we saw immediately, problems with lack of resilience and SMEs becoming, just how vulnerable SMEs are to lack of market access. And then we started saying to ourselves, okay, if given the situation, what will happen is that when the borders close, when international tourists come back, or when the international market starts opening up again, for any type of SME, not just tourism SMEs, those SMEs that are not digitalized are going to continue to be marginalized, they're going to continue to be left behind, because the world has moved forward so much digitally, and because digitalization is such an important tool to give SMEs market visibility, growth, and competitiveness. Unless we start focusing in a big way, both in national government policy, but also in terms of this development cooperation programs and partnerships, unless we start focusing on the digital enablement of SMEs across the economy in a major way, we will find that the impact, the effect of COVID-19 is going to remain with SMEs for a long time after COVID, and is going to continue to create a glaring market disadvantage for SMEs going forward. So what we did as a network is that we came up with a new program, which has never been here in South Africa before, and we call it the Tourism SME Digital Transformation Program, which we're currently implementing with one of the tourism authorities in the country. And through the implementation of that particular program, we saw a clear revelation of the extent of the digital gap that is faced by SMEs. In this case, in tourism in particular, there's a huge digital gap faced by SMEs. And that is creating right now a major market disadvantage for SMEs, even in terms of driving domestic tourism. The bigger players are bouncing back because domestic travel and tourism is opening up, but SMEs are getting increasingly marginalized because they don't have the digital tools to be able to engage with the market. And just wrapping up my intervention here. So it is very clear to us that unless this digital gap is closed, the impact of COVID-19 is going to be with SMEs for a long time to come, and SMEs are really going to be left behind. And closing that digital gap is a matter of both national policy and national programs, but we think that it also has to factor very strongly in development cooperation, like what we're talking about today, between the EU and Africa. What we have seen in terms of government responses to COVID-19 is that they've been very short-term in approach and in focus, and we understand that, because they've been dealing with a crisis situation, but very short-term focused, dealing with how do we keep businesses going now. That is fine, but what we would want to add is a thinking and action, in fact, in terms of making sure that we intervene also in building the long-term competitiveness of SMEs. And we would argue that digitalization and digital transformation is at the center of those interventions. So maybe because I was hoping for a conversation, I will keep my intervention short. I will stop there, and I'll be happy to take any question that may come to explore the subject further. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Bukula, for this really interesting input. May I ask you the first question before I give the floor to the other panelists? Why digitalization is imperative for the global competitiveness of SMEs, and how the pandemic has highlighted the importance of this?
Well, I guess, just going back to the point that I've made, digital transformation is a critical enabler of market access for SMEs. It's a critical enabler of domestic and global competitiveness of SMEs. It's a critical enabler of market visibility for SMEs. It's all for us. It's all about driving competitiveness of SMEs vis-a-vis other SMEs and big players, both domestically and internationally. And it's about making sure that SMEs continue to gain visibility to the market. The SMEs continue to drive their engagement with the market. So that is why it is imperative. In a sense, we are saying that SMEs that are not digitalized are going to be marginalized, and they're going to fall over, quite frankly. And we've seen this clearly in the case of tourism with the closure of borders. And so COVID-19 has accentuated that situation. So as I indicated earlier, when the borders were closed, because SMEs were depending on this established business coming in, but when the borders were closed, they were not able to engage with the market anymore. And without them having the digital capability to do that, because the beauty of digital enablement is that it doesn't close. There are no borders that close there. The borders can be closed, but if you're digitally enabled, you continue to engage with the market across borders. But if you don't have digital enablement and the borders are closed, then you're literally cut out of the market. And I think COVID-19 has demonstrated this more strongly than any other situation that we've faced before.
Very, very clear. And how does the support of the EU play out in relations to this continent-wide challenge?
Well, the only program I can make reference to at the moment, which is a fantastic, by the way, EU-funded program, one that as a country we're very grateful for. As I said, one of the biggest and in the history of cooperation between South Africa and the EU in the SME development sphere, a program called Ecosystem Development for Small Enterprise, doing many good things here, but there's, in my view, there's zero focus, even within that program, on digital enablement and digital transformation for SMEs. And I think that's a critical gap that perhaps our development partners need to look at going forward. I don't think we can continue a situation where our interventions, our cooperation is built on old models, pre-COVID-19 models. We really need to say, when we build future cooperation arrangements and relationships, what has COVID-19 changed, and how do we respond to that change? And I am arguing that what COVID-19 has done is that it has underlined very clearly for everyone who cares to look the importance of digital transformation. And therefore, I think our development cooperation going forward has to pay particular attention, particularly the one that's focusing on enabling SMEs, has to give particular attention to the question of digital enablement and digital transformation for SMEs, because I believe very strongly that without that, we will be missing a critical component of the success of programs aimed at driving SME competitiveness domestically.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bukula. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Daempoli, excuse me. Mr. Daempoli, we're looking forward to your presentation on how to connect Europe with Africa and promote economic collaboration and dialogue. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. I'm trying to share my presentation. Just a second. Let me know if you could see the presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, just some data on, especially looking at digitalization in Africa in general, and of course of firms and especially SMEs. Of course, we don't have many data, at least I didn't find that many data, but I think still, I mean, the results are quite interesting, and I think also consistent with what we said, Mr. Bukula. So starting, this is something, I mean, in general on internet take-up and digital infrastructure in Africa, so not specific on firms. And you can see, of course, I mean, that the digitalization, this is, of course, very well known, is mobile driven in terms of infrastructure, and more or less, I mean, the situation there is better than on the supply side than on the demand side. Individuals using the internet and active mobile broadband subscriptions, I mean, the figures is relatively lower than for infrastructures in Africa than in the EU. Looking at data on firms, it's clear that the largest divide is on small enterprises. Medium-sized enterprises and large enterprises are much closer to Europe than, and there is no, yeah, there is some divide, but not that big. I mean, the big divide for firms using the internet is for small enterprises. While I would say that for firms having their own website, the divide is also very, very large, even for medium-sized enterprises, not only for small enterprises, where, of course, is the largest. This is a result from a recent 2020 study by the Boston Consulting Group, saying basically that, I mean, just to synthesize very quickly, that in terms of strategy, there is no huge difference. Of course, this is for companies in general and mostly larger companies, not that much SMEs. But the question is not very much on the strategy, but on the execution, where the problems are. And in general, there is a very, very large heterogeneity within Africa. Again, this is something on internet users at large, not firms, so citizens use or don't use the internet. And you can see that the range for Europe is much lower than for Africa, dividing the least developed from the most developed country. I would quote only the most developed countries that are Iceland, 99% for Europe, and Kenya with 85% for Africa. And this is heterogeneity in general is reflected also for companies. and you see very, very large differences in Africa. Of course, you can see differences also in Europe. I mean, we know that. Not very large differences for firms using the internet. That is for Europe is a must. It's something that after several years was adopted by basically most firms. But if we look at firms having their own website, even in Europe, the heterogeneity between countries, between the top country and the bottom country is very large. And this is true even more, or at least similarly, for Africa. And of course, I mean, the best, the most digital ready companies, again, we are here on the Boston Consulting Group study, and of course, we are speaking of larger companies, more than larger companies than SMEs. But of course, you have that the most digital ready companies rank similarly to other regions, including Europe. The problem, of course, is raising the bottom, and so bringing all the other companies, or at least many other companies, to the same level, or at least to a good average level. Here you see, I mean, just going through very, very quickly some results from recent studies looking at digitalization of Africa. And basically, the first one was quite optimistic on the fact that starting from a situation that is not very good, but at least in few years, the majority of all enterprises should be go through a digital transformation. And then a study by the World Bank saying that, of course, Africa need, like other, of course, countries, huge investments in infrastructure in order to provide universal, affordable, and good quality broadband access. And finally, this digitalization pays off significantly. This is an Etpo study. It's slightly older, 2018 study, saying basically that a 10% increase in mobile broadband penetration in low-income economies yields a 2% increase in GDP, and actually in sub-Saharan Africa is a 2.5% increase for a 10% increase in mobile broadband penetration. Finally, and this is my last chart, basically, I mean, the final, I mean, what we can say as a final point is that, of course, in Africa, there is no lack of digital excellence. The question is raising the average for everyone, or at least for most companies. And this is, in my opinion, I mean, the most important factors. Investment in broadband connectivity. This is important also because 5G, thinking of 5G, it works very differently from 3G and 4G. It needs, I mean, an architectural mix in terms of telecommunication infrastructure, and so also. I mean, access in cities and also new opportunities offered by satellite internet access for rural areas is very important to be developed. And skills, of course, are very important. This is all the time in Europe, we say the same, especially if we refer to SMEs. both high qualified and basic skills. And unfortunately, we know, I mean, in Southern Europe, that this is still a problem for both high qualified and basic skills. And of course, it's an important obstacle to overcome. And then, of course, there is the question of the access. I totally agree. The access, especially for SMEs, is a very important question. And so we have also the development programs have to work and face up to this question, helping in the scaling up of companies. Of course, I'm thinking of innovative companies, but not only, of course, innovative companies. I mean, in general, SMEs selling through digital channels. And then, of course, another question is attracting investments from abroad. Speaking of African countries. And in this respect, cooperation between EU and African SMEs could play an important role in my opinion. And of course, in the background, more larger issues are still important. I mean, they are important for any country in the world, and of course, including Africa. So a sound regulatory framework and an efficient judicial system, very, very important in attracting investments from abroad, but also internally, of course. Thanks a lot. I stop here, and I'm eager to answer questions, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Diampoli. You have provided us with a lot of information, to be honest. So I have a question. What Africa could learn from the ongoing digital transformation process of European SMEs?
First of all, I think it can learn the obstacles that SMEs face, but still face currently in Europe. And as I said, I mean, probably the two most important questions relatively to these companies are access to markets, especially, of course, I mean, we're speaking here to foreign markets, to international markets. And this is true, of course, even for African SMEs. And secondly, skills. That is another very important problem. Speaking of SMEs, of course, there are less tools than other companies. They rely on less human resources and so on. In this respect, I think the role of trade agencies is very important. I know very well the experience of the Italian trade agency, but I think other programs are in other countries, including Greece. And in those two respects, access and skills, the Italian trade agency in the last years worked a lot. They dealt with platforms, big platforms, usual American and Chinese platforms that we know. I think that was a very important program involving many companies in Italy, SMEs, of course, in Italy, and many of them traditional SMEs. I mean, selling very traditional goods, typical traditional Italian, made in Italy, and also in terms of skills, they offered advice, they offered training, and so I think that is very important. And I think an area of, and just to finish, I mean, an area of cooperation is, and also for development programs could be, I mean, twinning programs, asking SMEs in Europe to give advice to African SMEs, because European SMEs, of course, slightly on average ahead of the African average, and so I think they can give, I mean, precious advice, and so these kind of programs could, I mean, support these twinning programs. That I think is an interesting area.
Thank you, Stefano. Thank you for all. We now
Thanks
move
to you.
to our last panelist, Mr. Lars Forsberg. He's going to describe how EU and Africa's partnership is working with regards to the digital transformation. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the previous speaker, which both you inspired me a lot for my speech. So I think I will keep it relatively short in terms of at least going through my slides. So yes, do you see the first slide? It's just the first page of it. So let's take the next slide, please. Okay, so I would like to start from the basis of how we are seeing things and what we are doing in the European Union for the time being, because we are confronting, of course, digitalization and the digital transformation of economy and society also here in Europe. And why do I start this? Because we think that our way of seeing the digital transformation is probably also the way that we would like to inspire the countries around the world, not least Africa. Now, just starting with this, in February, the European Union came out with what we call the Digital Compass. So this is a compass which should support the European Union towards the end goal, which is 2030. You know, the SDGs are talking about 2030, and we've set the same date for this digital decade to develop Europe. Now, I don't want to go into details here, but I would say that there are four what we call cardinal points in this strategy. It is, first of all, to build up infrastructure, to see to that actually every European has by 2030 access to 5G and a gigabyte. When it comes to skills, we want to boost both skills in ICT specialists. Of course, we are still lacking a lot of people who is knowledgeable in developing IT, but we also need absolutely for the European population to be well aware of both using the devices, using the internet, but also understanding what are the limits and particularly what are the risks. So this is building a European, or what I say, citizenship around what is digital transformation. Then obviously we want governments to be up and running on the internet and on the platforms. We want, of course, there should be all the public services online, and we should also be able to see our e-health records and digital medical records online. And then finally, which is of course the issue here, is business. So we want, of course, European companies to have a good tech take-up. By this date, 75% of the European companies should be using cloud, artificial intelligence, or big data. We should be up and running of innovation, and obviously, and this is what we're talking about here, I think, we want that more than 90% of European SMEs can at least use digital tools and have being online and using all the opportunities that digital gives. Next slide, please. In this digital decade communication, we also set up a specific part, a specific national part of it. And what we would like to do is, as the European Union, we don't want to have digital supremacy in the world. We don't want to have the states controlling every citizen at all. What we would like to do is to build international partnerships for the digital decade. And we want values, universal values of democracy, human rights, the fact that we put the human being in the center of the development of the digital economy and society is well, both, of course, on and offline. We want to support our partners with understanding of how have we developed our regulatory standards and our regulatory framework in the European Union. How can we inspire others with this? I think that without any false modesty, the European Union is on the front line of this. We can take examples like the GDPR, for instance. Or, by the way, and that is, of course, something that is very much in the minds of Mr. Bukula, the way that we actually could restart traveling between the European Union and South Africa again by using the COVID passport. So we are reaching out to the rest of the world to use and to see to that there is compatibility and interoperability between the European passports, the ones that we always use now, and that I know that in Italy you use now even to go to work. Basically, how could we use them in ease travel between South Africa and the European Union, or Africa at large, obviously, in the future? Now, those are a few things that we would like to continue to develop. And of course, for us, and that is what I would like to underline, for us, Africa, our closest neighbor, our time zone neighbor. We are right now in the same time zone between Brussels and Cape Town and Pretoria. We're not in the same time zone with Greece now for the time being, but you can see that we are in the same area. So it is important for us to work closely with Africa. Of course, Africa is the opportunities for the European Union. It is the challenges also sometimes. And we also obviously want to work with other like-minded partners like the United States, like Japan, like Singapore, like South Korea, like India. This is not ending at the thing. What we would like to do is to see to that we get the human being, the human being in the center of everything that we do, whether it's artificial intelligence, 5G, etc., etc. Now, next slide, please. Now, we have been working already with the African Union and with Africa at large on a number of things. Now, in 2017, we started to develop what we call the D4D, or the Digital Development Policy of the European Union. Now, what is really funny is that we already in that moment, of course, we did identify the different important parts of this development, and of course, they are the same as the cardinal points of the compass. So, skills, business, infrastructure, and e-services or e-governance. So that's really the thing that we already at that moment developed. That was further developed is something which we set up between the European Union and the African Union, of course, including both industry, different countries, both in the European Union and in the African Union. We invited also, obviously, good and important organizations, the World Bank and the ITU, to work with us on this task force, which came out with I think a very important report for us all in 2019. This report was not a report from the European Union, neither from the African Union, but it was a report that should inspire us all together. In 2020, we came forward with, of course, this Africa strategy, which people have been referred to previously here. And in that African strategy, we have the Partnership for Digital Transformation, which is also then based, obviously, on the findings of the Digital Partnership. On the African side, the African Union, the same year, came out with its digital transformation strategy. So, which also was inspired, I think, by our common work. So, please, next slide, please. Out of this discussion also has come what we today are trying to develop, which is called the D4D hub. We believe that the states, public authorities can only do so much. So we would need actually to engage with industry. We would engage with different organizations and business. We would also engage, obviously, with the civil society, with all the interesting parties that we have around. So our multi-stakeholder approach is in the center of what we would like to do. It also reflects very much how we see this issue, of course, within the European Union. Now, at the moment, the European Commission is working with 11 member states. Greece, I don't think is one of them. So whoever is from the Greek authorities, please join us, because this is an important place where we would like to work together to actually start working with Africa as a Team Europe. What we have right now is also a project, because we work in that way. We have a project which is led by a number of European agencies for development. So GIZ, the Germans, the French, ADF, and obviously the Belgian Enabel, but also a number of other member states there, from Spain to Finland and Sweden. What they're working right now is to develop this hub together with Africa, because if we are getting around Team Europe, we would absolutely need Africa team, or the Team Africa also on the other side, because this is a peer-to-peer work of doing things. Next slide, please. Now, to be a bit more concrete, where are we right now? We have done a number of workshops, and one thing which is, of course, extremely important, without connectivity, without digital connectivity, business, public services cannot be there. So connectivity is the base of all this. We also are working at the moment with a flagship or data. We are working very closely with, for instance, Smart Africa. But we're also working with a number of other organizations in Africa, and together, of course, with the European partners, to see to it, how can we develop this cooperation? Africa has just come forward with, or the African Union has just come forward with its own data framework, which it looks into what is data for Africa? How can actually Africa best benefit from data? Of course, we are in the same boat when it comes to data with Africa. The European Union has none of these enormous big platforms. There are a few of them, but they are not the big generators of data. But we don't want either for data localization to spread, because that wouldn't be good for small and medium enterprises, for instance, in Africa, if you want to develop a business through data. So open data has to be still there. Open, trade of data is important also for Africa. And now I come to, I think, the most important thing that I wanted to say, because this actually responds to Mr. Bukula's intervention about the lack of engagement in digital and SMEs in our support programs. Now we are developing between us and, again, the same Team Europe spirit. Hopefully also on the African side, there's a number of organizations on the other side to create this digital innovation bridge. And one of the already, contracted, but still maybe not very active programs that we have is a program on cooperation between African and EU digital innovation hubs. Now, what is a digital innovation hub? A digital innovation hub in Europe is a center where small and medium enterprises can get support for its digitization, to actually use digital tools to become more competitive, to be up and running in the digital decade. Now, this program is there already, but this is really a venue which we think we could continue to work with together with Africa. And as you know, the European Union is now in the stage where we are programming a number of interventions around the world. Of course, we call it Global Europe, the new program, which is replacing previous programs. So during 2017 to 2021, we are in this financial framework. We believe that we will have about 3 billion euros to actually work together with Africa to support, but also to inspire Africa, and absolutely to work as peers to peers, because we also have a lot of things to learn from Africa. So an interchange is extremely important, particularly I would say in small and medium-sized enterprises, the enormous innovation, inspiration that we can get from Africa on startups, scale-ups, etc., etc. So I stop at that. I am, of course, here to answer questions too, but thank again to both of you, the previous speakers, for your interventions. And I found it particularly interesting to hear Mr. Bukulas, because this actually corresponds very much to how we see things, how we would like to do things, how we would like to use digital tools, digital means for boosting small and medium enterprises' compatibility and competitiveness in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. You went in depth in all issues. I do have a question, though. In this geopolitical world, what are the strengths of the European Union compared with China and, let's say, United States in a cooperation with Africa?
I think first of all, and because we actually touched upon it, and I was very inspired by Mr. Bukula from South Africa, I think these digital innovation hubs is something which is not unique for Europe, obviously, but which is actually getting European small and medium-sized enterprises working through these centers to actually strengthen its competitiveness in the future through the digital tools. And this corresponds exactly, I think, what Ms. Bukula was saying. Huh? So I think we could support this way forward, and we should continue to work with Africa, whether it's South Africa or the rest of Africa, on these digital innovation hubs. So there, I think we have something which is very important. Then I think there's also commonalities between Africa and the European Union, which we don't have in China or in the United States. When it comes to China, obviously, we at least in the European Union, and I think also I talk for South Africa at least, we cherish democracy. We cherish that it is not the state that should control everything in our societies, that it is a human being that should be in the center of our digital development. And I think that is really, really crucial. And it is going to be a big discussion in the future, and that is the big challenge that we have. On the other hand, I think also we have a challenge in terms of what I was talking about, data. I mean, the enormous challenge that we have, both Africa and Europe, in terms of the big American platforms. They are particularly problematic in terms of data and data use, but they are also obviously a big source. And I remember, of course, now that the Nobel Peace Prize this year went to a Philippine lady who has very much underlined the risks with the social media and the fact that disinformation is spreading very quickly. So that's also another thing. The last thing that I wanted to mention, and this is, I think, something where I think we are probably the best to support Africa, and that is the fact that we are 27 member states. We need a policy where regulatory convergence is there, where actually we see to it that no borders are built up by the digital transformation, but that we actually keep on developing a digital single market. And this is something where I know, for instance, Smart Africa, which we work with a lot, are very interested in working with us, because what we need to do is to see to it that Africa develops its rules. Africa develops a African digital market. But what we need to do is to inspire the Africans that you don't build up new borders, that one is not inspired by the United States and the other one is inspired by China, and that then somebody in Burkina Faso cannot not deal, not work, not have access to the markets in Nigeria or South Africa. I think that's the main issue. Then obviously for the European Union, it would be interesting to have also an open market with the European Union, because obviously we want to interchange too. But that's I would even say it's secondary to this. We want Africa to develop as 54, no? And that is, I think, really, really important. So that's the main objective of us, of the European Union. And I think there's no one else who confronts this issue. And I spoke about the COVID passports, where each and every of the member states develop its own COVID passport to use on an app. Each and every member state has its own, but we have seen to it that there's interoperability between all these systems so that the 27 actually works together. And now we are joined by a number of countries around the world: Israel, Panama, Morocco, Turkey, of course, most of our closest neighbors. We also are in the way of actually negotiating, discussing how this interoperability will function with Kenya, with Tanzania, with Uganda, and with Rwanda. And obviously, I think there is also probably discussions ongoing with South Africa. So this interoperability between different countries is I think, something where we actually are champions and where we actually can support and inspire Africa to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. I couldn't agree more on the part of the commonalities that you have mentioned between the EU and Africa, indeed. Before I give the moderation back to Mr. Bossou, can we stand still for a second to take a family picture, all of the panelists? Thank you. Okay, I think we are done. I would like to thank all of you. Mr. Bossou, the moderation is back to you. Not yet, sorry, stand still. Not yet. Okay. It's okay, I think we're fine. Thank you very much, all of you. We're okay. The family.
Thanks to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bossou, the moderation is back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much also. The final topic on the agenda of today is for Etpo members only. So before we split up, some important service announcements. We shall meet, for those who subscribe tonight for the evening program, we shall meet at the lobby at 7:30, sorry, 7:30. Then we have an easy walk towards the Acropolis Museum. The guided tour starts at 8 o'clock, and we will have our official dinner at 9 o'clock this evening. Tomorrow, we start at 9 o'clock in this room or online. So please be sharp and present as always. Thank you. So I guess we have to, some have to leave, I don't know.